2. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're going to try that one more time. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody feeling this morning? All right. Welcome to the HBCU Entrepreneurship Empowerment Summit. So glad to have you all. My name is Dr. Johnny Graham. I'm the interim National Executive Director of this fine initiative to empower entrepreneurship at HBCUs around the country. So glad to have so many of you all for our 3rd annual national conference. Who was here last night? Did you all have a good time at our welcome reception? Excellent. Today kicks off our 2nd day of programming, a number of panels and workshops focused on growing business ventures, improving entrepreneurship education at our institutions, investing in business ventures in a variety of industries. And so happy to have so many faculty, staff, students, alumni, distinguished corporate leaders from around the country for this conference. This morning, you're in for a treat during breakfast, an amazing panel of entrepreneurs and creative corporate leaders. But before we get to that panel, we are going to have some brief remarks from some important folks that really are a part of this initiative and foundational to this initiative and making it happen. First, I'm going to introduce to the stage my former dean and somebody who really was one of the key brains behind bringing this initiative together, Dr. Barron Harvey, who is the Assistant Provost of Academic Innovation and Strategic Initiatives at Howard University. Give it up some more for Dr. Harvey, y'all.
Good morning. Thank you so much in introducing me as the old dean. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor for me to welcome each of you on behalf of Howard University and our entire academic community to the 2025 HBCU Entrepreneurship Empowerment Summit. Let's give it a round of applause. This year's summit represents the 3rd year of a national conference that celebrates the achievement of this outstanding initiative. It is hosted, of course, by the Howard University PNC National Center for Entrepreneurship. Today marks a significant milestone for all of us in our quest and commitment to fostering academic excellence at HBCUs and our communities. As we gather today, we are more than individual institutions, but a powerful collective of HBCU, historically black colleges and universities, and their partners that are known for being a catalyst for powerful change and transformational initiatives. We are, in fact, a gathering of individuals, organizations that are really a powerful change agent for our communities. When I think about the opportunity that this initiative has provided us, we have in fact moved forward to transform our communities. I think about the programs and activities that you will embrace over the next 2 or 3 days, and think about how your role in making sure that we take full advantage of the tools, the opportunities that are provided. You will be exposed to outstanding speakers and highly successful entrepreneurs, organizations that are looking for ways to invest in our community and in our businesses. You'll find individuals here who represent ecosystem in our community as well. Take full advantage of that. This is an initiative that I'm telling you that is unprecedented. And speaking of that, we owe a significant round of applause to our major partner in this, an investor in this initiative. PNC Bank, and PNC Foundation. On behalf of Howard University and the entire HBCU community, I want to thank each and every one of you who are represented here by PNC. In fact, I'm going to ask you to stand so we can give you your proper round of applause. Please stand. Thank you so much. Thank you. I also want to thank also our other sponsors for this conference as well. We thank you for your investment in this initiative, and it's an investment in our future. Once again, on behalf of Howard University, I want to welcome each of you to this truly outstanding initiative and this national conference hosted by the Howard University PNC National Center for Entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Harvey. All right. For context for this year's conference, we have either a student, faculty member, or staff member from 44 different HBCUs in attendance. All right? 44 different institutions. We did this last night. We're going to do it again. Quick roll call. Bowie State University, are you here? Stillman College, are you here? All right. Who else do I see? Savannah State, are you here? All right. Grambling, are you here? Excellent. I'm going to do it one more time because they made a lot of noise last night. Florida A&M, are you here? Spelman, are you here? All right. North Carolina Central, are you here? There we go. All right. Next, I'd like to invite up to the stage another individual who's been really instrumental in bringing this together and really merging together this partnership with PNC and with Howard University, former president of Howard University, Dr. H. Patrick Swaggart. Right. Very key individuals that brought this initiative together.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. It's more than a delight. It's a real thrill to be with you and to see what a wonderful turnout that we have this morning. I mentioned to our wonderful interim director that I would only need a minute or two. And he said, that's more than enough time. And Barron was introduced as the old dean. I'm oftentimes introduced as the old president who had the privilege of serving with the old dean. This program came about because of two events that came together, one minor and one major. The minor was that Baron Harvey and I had a conversation about what we could do to foster the notion of entrepreneurship. That conversation led to a conversation that is the major issue or the major factor, a conversation with Richard Bynum and his crew, Sally and the PNC crew. Because of Richard's engagement and Sally's engagement, the bank's engagement speaking generally, we were able to be here this morning. Now, Richard is going to share remarks with you, but before he does, and he unlike me, you know, a president is always ready to speak and is always ready to take applause. Typically, after I speak, there's very little applause. So I appreciate the applause before I speak. But I do think it's more than appropriate to ask Richard to stand and let us acknowledge him now. So Richard, stand. And Professor Graham, that concludes my 1 minute of remarks. Thank
Really appreciate you. Thank you. Give it up once again. And for context, nobody has really mentioned quite yet that commitment that was made by PNC, but this program is a part of a 5-year, $16.8 million grant given from PNC's foundation. I do want to thank also Sally McCready, the executive director of PNC Foundation, who's here. Sally, please stand. We truly are thankful for this partnership and support and continued commitment during these times of this initiative to empower entrepreneurship at HBCUs around the country. And President Swigert mentioned, we'll next have Richard Bynum, Chief Corporate Responsibility Officer at PNC, to give some remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Graham, and thank you, President Swigert. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to give actually quite brief remarks, but first, just a thank you to you all for making the trip. Some of you I know from a long way to join us here in Washington, D.C. to talk about entrepreneurship and to talk about the mission of this center and to bring to life a lot of what it will do over the next couple of days to help each and every one of you in your particular journey. You know, several years ago, we got together, as Pat mentioned, and talked about what it might be like to bring something like this to life. And I was able to do that because PNC is a bank that believes that when the communities around us thrive, and we're a coast-to-coast financial services provider, then we thrive as a bank, right? So, and part of that also came from my work in leading our small business group for a number of years and understanding that small business is in fact the engine that makes this economy work. And each and every one of you who are entrepreneurs out there in the audience are a small business that for yourselves not only have the opportunity to create jobs, but the opportunity to also build generational wealth. And when we got together with Dean Wilbon and Provost Harvey and past President Swigert, we talked about that. We talked about what it might look like to bring an organization to life that would engender that type of growth, that type of development, and create communities that would in fact be stronger by our fairly small investment in this effort. And now, as I stand here today, that was back in 2020, as I stand here today some 3 years later, we see the fruit of that effort being born in each and every one of you as you're going to spend time today and tomorrow listening and learning and convening and sharing ideas together. And those ideas are the seeds that are going to grow out for many generations. So on behalf of PNC and my colleagues here at the table, I want to congratulate each and every one of you for the journey that you've taken to be in this room. I think here in 2025, maybe more than any other year, I want you to embrace the opportunity that's in front of you. Take full advantage of the people who are around you and who have the exact same thoughts on their mind that you have on your mind. What can I do to make this dream that I have come to life for me and the people that are important to me and for generations to come? So thank you for being here. I applaud Howard for this effort. I applaud Dr. Graham for pulling this all together and look forward to spending the next couple of days with you all. Enjoy the conference.
Appreciate it, Richard. Thank you. All right. Now we get to our morning panel. You all are truly in for a treat. I'm a part of this initiative from a passion for HBCUs, a passion for entrepreneurship, a passion for education. But my first passion in life and even my journey in starting entrepreneurship was through music. Some of you know, a few people know that I've been a touring jazz musician since I was 14 years old. And oftentimes in the conversation around entrepreneurship and innovation, what gets left out of that conversation is creative entrepreneurship and moving from being just somebody of influence, but somebody of ownership. In this morning conversation, we have a very distinguished panel of business leaders, of entrepreneurs from music, media, fashion, film, to talk about the journey of creative capital and turning creative industry, creative energy into enterprising businesses in a variety of industries. I'm really honored and distinguished to introduce to you all this morning's panel of thought leaders, of experts to share their entrepreneurial journeys with you. I'm first going to start with our moderator. Our moderator for this morning's conversation, I've actually known since I was 14 years old and was in my very first band in high school, but he's gone on to be a distinguished music executive, an expert and leader, working at Def Jam Records, at SoundCloud, a number of other organizations, more recently at Hillman Grad Productions, and is now venturing out on his own as a music executive and manager. Let's give it up for Lincoln University alum, former Mr. Lincoln, member of Kappa Alpha Psi, Albert Cook, our moderator. Our next guest is Dr. Chelsea Green, okay? Dr. Chelsea Green is a #1 Billboard charting recording artist, college professor, and music advocate. Dr. Green most recently has made history as she has become the first black woman and youngest person ever elected to the position of the chair of the Board of Trustees for the Recording Academy. Let's give it up for that accomplishment. For those that aren't familiar with the Recording Academy, that's the organization that runs the Grammys. So she's the chair of the Board of Trustees for the Grammys. She's a band leader, violinist, and vocalist behind her own ensemble, the Chelsea Green and the Green Project. And even this weekend, this Friday, tonight, she's performing in Baltimore at Key Store Corner. Give it up for Dr. Chelsea Green. Next, I'd like to introduce Sherry Bryant. Sherry Bryant is a seasoned brand strategist and cultural marketer with 25 plus years of experience, including serving recently as a co-president of Rock Nation label, as well as leading campaigns for artists like Meek Mill and Lil Durk. She is now the founder of her own agency that helps brands and talent connect with audiences through culturally relevant strategies and amplifies women of color through her platform, Pink is Love. Let's give it up for Sherry Bryant. Next, we have a Howard alum in the building. Next is Sheila Eldridge, CEO of Miles Ahead Broadcasting. She also runs and leads the HBCU First Look Film Festival, which is a proud partner of this year's conference. And she has 25 years of broadcasting, corporate communications, and marketing experience, and is a Howard University School of Communications alum. Give it up for Sheila Eldridge. And then last but certainly not least, we have LaRoyce Davis, more professionally known as DJ 59. LaRoyce Davis is a DJ on local radio station WKYS and also owner of the brand The Museum DC. For many of you that are local and very familiar with that brand, give it up for DJ 59, LaRoyce Davis. And now I'll turn it over to Albert with our panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody feeling? Awesome. Good. We have, as Johnny said, we have a very distinguished panel. You okay? All right. We have a very distinguished panel, and when I look forward to interacting with everyone, but also there's a lot to learn from the entrepreneurs on the stage. And so just to get started out, let's talk about personal journeys into entrepreneurship. So what inspired your journey into becoming an entrepreneur, and why did you take that route versus a traditional route of working as an employee?
Okay, I guess I'll start it off. Good morning, everyone. I believe that strongly that God is very far ahead of us. Mm-hmm. He already sees it. He's already ordained it. He's already planned it. I will say that I didn't dream of being an entrepreneur when I was a young girl. Okay. I knew what made me happy emotionally. Okay. I knew what made me show up as my best self. And I knew what made me feel emotionally diseased. Okay. And I knew that showing up in some corporate spaces, some other spaces that felt a little more disconnected, that was not what was destined for me. And I started equating success not with a grade point average, but with joy. I started connecting the dots that physical health is a manifestation of your mental health and where you are emotionally. And music fueled me for that. And I was auditioning for classical symphony orchestras. It was something that when you study music in college, they are training you to prepare for auditions. They're training you to prepare for certain types of educational positions, and this is the repertoire that you need to learn. This is what you need to do. This is how you need to play it. This is how you need to show up. And I ended up landing, I got stood up for a date one night, and the restaurant where the date was had an open mic. I didn't know what an open mic was at that time. And the DJ saw me walk in with my violin, and he was like, all right, you over there with the saxophone, let's come on. And I'm like, who got a saxophone? Right. And the bartender was like, that's you. I said, oh, okay. So I went up to the DJ booth, and they dropped an instrumental of Kanye West's Flashing Lights, and I started improvising. That night, the owner of the venue invited me back that weekend with my band. Now, I didn't know what he was talking about. Right. I was like, oh, my band. And a woman that was listening at the table next to me got up and said, she's gonna come back this weekend with her band. She sure is, she'll see you. And she happened to be best friends with Drew Hill's road manager. Wow. They just had gotten off tour and were back in Baltimore, and Drew Hill's band was my band for that weekend. Wow. And it's something that I could not have planned that if I wanted it to happen. Like, it's just, so I am so grateful for what happens when you open your heart and mind to opportunity that you don't see. Sometimes the vision is not visible. And it's your responsibility to buckle up and take the ride, but be prepared for the opportunity when it comes your way. So I'm grateful for what improvisation means. A lot of us, connect that to music, but when you study the chord chart, you know how to make music around it.
That's awesome.
Good morning, everyone. So I would say for me, entrepreneurship was more of a evolution, right? It was an evolution of me being in the business for 25 years, starting at Rockefeller Records, right? And seeing Black entrepreneurs be disruptors early on was a benefit to me. And as I got into the business and started working really closely with artists and really being able to see who was really the engine behind all of this, right? And also working with artists in an intimate way where I was able to understand what they needed, what they didn't need, understand just from a sense of like, in some aspects, them being forced to do things that weren't really within them. And my goal, as I got the tools, right? Because I really would say the tools were important. The 25 years before I started entrepreneurship was very important in launching this business. I don't always suggest people, just diving in. I think you need to really be equipped for certain things, and this is one of them. And as I got the tools, and for me, I wanted to really amplify authenticity. And sometimes that doesn't always align with the big business, the bottom line, right? But if you can create your own bottom line and you can scale the business according to what you feel like, you need to make versus going according to 200 employees and all of these systems, right, that you have to stand behind, right? That's what I think really forces artists to not be able to be who they want to be. And so I said, I really want to amplify artists' authenticity, and how can I do that in an effective way? And that's what led me to launch the NIP agency, where I'm able to work with artists that I believe in a smaller capacity and not have 300 artists or 100 artists to have to worry about at one time. And that's really how legacy is built, right? You can't really build superstars at volume. That's not sustainable. And so that was the inspiration for me. But I always stress the tools, the 25 years before that was really important to get into this space. And I'm still going. I'm not, it's growing, it's building.
Well, it started for me at the Mecca, at Howard University and WHUR. I love broadcast, that was my major, and I knew being an intern at WHUR was going to propel me and gave me the relationships and contacts that I would need when I graduated. So I would say to all of the students, let your entrepreneur spirit start now. Start where you are, just you being here and building relationships while you're on campuses. All major corporations want this next generation of thought leaders, and that's who you all are. So that's where it started for me. Graduated, went to California to work at a radio station, and by the time I got there, the gentleman who hired me had been fired. Wow. At that time, I drove across country, had only been out of school maybe 2-3 years, and I got to LA, and my dream opportunity wasn't there. Called my mother and said, well, I'm coming home, and she said, you're not welcome. Wow. You figure it out, you can do this, I'm gonna send you this. She sent me $1,000, and at that time, that was 36 years ago, for a single mother who had put me through Howard with no loans. I don't know how she did it. And that's how I started my entrepreneur career. And I would just say that, think about mentors, because it was because of the relationships that I had built at WHUR and on the radio. When I got to LA and I had to go to some of the record companies, they looked out for me and they gave me a job and they gave me an opportunity, and I built my business from there. My first client, I was listening to her was Patrice Rushen. Oh, wow. My first client. Then it was Cameo, then it was Phyllis Hyman. But I knew absolutely nothing about entrepreneurship, but I had to survive. So I went into classes on business, because you have to know what your craft is, but you also have to understand the business side. So that's how I started.
Awesome.
Good morning, good morning. Mine's isn't as easy as these young ladies up here. Not that it was easy, I'm just joking. My entrepreneurship journey started, I would say, in the household. My grandmother, she worked, I'm from New Jersey, so if anybody's from New Jersey, how you doing today? We have a transit line called New Jersey Transit, drives, that's the bus and the rail lines. She worked there for about 25 years. When she decided to leave, she started her own transportation company, Heavenly Limo, and then also started a funeral home, opened a funeral home, God's Memorial Funeral Home. And I saw her work so hard, so many different exams she had to take. My grandmother didn't go to college, but I did see her testing and studying for it and researching. So when I got to college, I would say entrepreneurship kind of just found me. I went to go play football at Virginia State University. I didn't hear the gentleman say Virginia State University, but we are in the building. And once I knew I wasn't going to the NFL, all right, and I saw that I was not as good as I thought I was, I said, what could I do where I would be enjoying myself, having fun, and still make money? And I was in the School of Business Management was my major, and eventually I found myself into music because I worked for a skating rink in New Jersey called Branchbrook Park Roller Skating Center. If you've ever been to a roller skating center, there's music playing 24/7. So my first day at the roller skating rink, there was a DJ playing, and I just saw how he commanded the crowd, how he was able to change anyone's mood, how you were able to kind of get off work and have a good time, or any of the kids that were coming from high school or college, how it just changed your whole atmosphere. And I want to do that, right? So I already had that base. I just didn't know that that was going to be my future, a part of my future. So once I stopped playing football, I wound up doing a fashion show, hosting. And one of my friends said, oh, I gotta go to the bathroom. Can you come over here and just play this song? So I played a song. He took about 15 minutes in the bathroom. I don't know. And I wound up playing maybe for like 20 minutes, and the crowd was, going crazy. I'm saying the crowd. You've been to HBCU, you have fashion shows and pageants, about 200-300 kids, and they were going crazy. He came in there so fast, move out the way, I got it. So from there, we had a partnership, and the next year we DJ'd every party on campus. From campus, once we graduated, we started doing the local clubs in Virginia. And then just began to constantly grow with hard work, of course, dedication, a little bit of luck. I got on a radio station in Richmond. And one thing that my mom taught me was writing down your goals, something I teach my son. You may put them in your phone, you may type them, but I printed mine out and I would always put them on the mirror in my bathroom. I would see them every day. It's a constant reminder. So I have wrote down some of my goals, and one of my goals was to DJ on the radio, DJ for an artist, and perform in front of thousands. So as I begin to work, and of course, Virginia State University being one of the vessels that propelled me to where I am now, I went to a school with an artist named Wale, who played football at this time and was rapping, who was Sherry Bryant's artist as well, one of her artists. The stars aligned. One of my peers in college, who's from Washington, D.C., wound up being his manager. I wound up connecting with him. The stars aligned. I get an opportunity to DJ for Wale. I also that year get on the radio. So it all came together now it's a lot of hard work and non-sleep, and missing out on fun in the summers, but just that HBCU experience at Virginia State University, those relationships that I cultivated, the stars aligned, prayer, put me in position to be able to become a professional DJ and lead to where I am today.
Man, that's awesome. So everybody has kind of like a unique starting point in their journey into becoming an entrepreneur. And through those different journeys, I think you picked up some tools, you picked up some confidence along the way. The next question I have for you is really about using culture as competitive edge. Can you share a moment when your cultural lens gave you a competitive edge as an entrepreneur?
I'll start.
Cool.
I feel like culture, is part of what I live every day. Yeah. So my cultural lens is my authenticity. So who I am is what gives me the competitive edge. A lot of times when you look behind the lens of who's running these record labels, a lot of people don't look like us, right? But there's a lot of people that are doing the work that look like us. And for me, it was all about connecting with artists and amplifying their vision, right? And I can amplify their vision because I understand them. So that was my competitive edge, is like, I live this, I breathe this, I show up every day in the same world that you come from. Right. So I understand how to make that bigger in a way that no amount of money can do, right? Because everyone can't get on the ground and really build something authentically if you're not from it. And so I don't feel like I had to force my competitive edge. I just felt like I had to be consistent with it and dedicated to it and committed to it, but it wasn't a forcing, That's how I showed up.
I was in a unique situation when, you probably remember this, when the music industry was going through a lot of transitions, from 8-track to CDs to streaming, and corporate America had found that hip-hop and the culture of that movement could be very beneficial for them in the advertising world. So my first corporate client, was Coca-Cola in the Sprite campaign. And we contracted Dougie Fresh, no, it wasn't Light, I think it was Dougie Fresh. It was just a bunch of hip hop artists that we aligned with Sprint for their campaign. And then we did, the next one was for McDonald's. Believe it or not, McDonald's wanted James Brown. So we contracted James Brown to do the voiceover for a McDonald's spot, not the visual, but the audio. So that was unique in that I had access and was an expert in the music industry, which I knew and where I came from, but I was able to broaden my business into corporate America because they needed someone that understood the culture, and they had not really played in that field before. So it was the two nuances there.
Wow, that's awesome.
I would say my competitive cultural advantage, 1,000% was going to a HBCU. You can applaud for that. Was definitely going to Virginia State University. If any of you guys know, being from New Jersey, New York, we don't have any HBCUs that are well known or at the forum where you may know, or that I know. Me going to Virginia State University opened my music palette 1,000%. And as you know, some of the cities you from, you have your own sound, own bass sound, own music. We have that in New Jersey, just as DC has go-go. But when you get on an HBCU campus, because you are surrounded by so many different cultures from so many different environments in the world, you have to make sure you play their music at the parties, okay? Because they will have your head on Monday, right? So I had to learn every area of the country's music. West Coast, down south, slow jams, B-more music, Jersey music, New York hip hop, R&B, old school, new, every type of music that you may play in your home, I had to learn on campus. Now that cultural advantage comes because some DJs don't go to college, they straight go into DJing. And what happens is it somewhat limits your opportunity to connect, one, with the HBCU audience, because you don't necessarily know what they were listening to on campus. You just know what you may hear in your surrounding neighborhoods where you grew up. And then also the relationships that I was able to build at Virginia State University that carries me to this day, where people get married, people have anniversaries and graduations, and then they come to your city to party. It really broadens the scale when you attend a HBCU, and that was my experience that propelled me, because just so happened one of the top 25, 50 artists, let's say, to ever make music from this town went there. And I met him and his manager and was able to help me grow in my profession. So yeah, HBCU is definitely one of the greatest advantages cultural that I had.
I didn't get to go to a HBCU.
I'm sorry for that.
I am too.
I'm sorry for that.
But at my institution, and even growing up as a black girl playing the violin, I was often one of two or one of three that looked like me, not only in my school situation in orchestra, but in youth orchestra outside of that, at region competition, at all-state competition. And so I feel like my cultural advantage was instilled in me growing up. My parents were adamant. I grew up in a family of musicians, and they were adamant about me playing at church on Sundays. It was, you're going to be part of the church band. It was not like there are 4 violins and there are 5 cellos. No. It was you playing next to this clarinet and next to this trombone and, next to the person who's going to play on this snare drum. And so that, plus my dad is a jazz musician who had me join his summer jazz workshop in Houston when I was 12. So I was singing and playing in the big band, playing at church, and then playing in orchestra and youth orchestra at school. I was never around a situation where I thought violin was a classical instrument. It was always just a musical one. And it was, how are you using your voice on this violin in this scenario? I made it change. I made it be, malleable to different situations. And the most competitive advantage is that you are one of one. You are uniquely you, and you are the best you in every single room that you show up in. And the real competitive advantage is when I took it off the instrument and realized it wasn't about the violin, it was about me. Because when I don't have my instrument, people still need to see the same Chelsea that whips her hair back and forth on stage with my violin. So the message has to be synonymous with what you want to do artistically. And I firmly believe all of us in this room are artists. Every single day, we do something creative to connect with audiences. It's how we're communicating with someone. It's the body language. It's how we're inviting them in. It's our eye contact. When we talk about people that have helped position us to get here, it's because they saw something in us that wanted to invest. There's an investment. Anytime you're in front of people, anytime there's an audience, there's an investment exchange of how you're going to value or what you're going to do with that information currency. And I think that is the cultural advantage that we have. Our language speaks to our lived experience. And once you let that permeate your life and show up in all spaces, that's the advantage.
That's amazing. Really insightful. Okay, so the important thing about entrepreneurship is that you get to own. And my next question, the topic kind of comes from taking your influence to ownership. So this question is, how would you suggest creatives and communities transition from influence to ownership?
I can take that one. One of the tools that I learned on tour, be more than what you're paid to do. Something that my manager and my right-hand man told me. Every city we go to, get every DJ's number, get every PD's number, get every on-air personality's number, get the sound guy AV's number, and start building your portfolio, because at some point, you're not gonna be as attractive. You're gonna get older, right? You're gonna need to grow. You're not going to wanna be in the clubs every single night. So with that tidbit, one that kept me on tour, because your value goes up, because you're doing more than one job that you're being paid for. But I started to build my portfolio around the country. And I did that when I moved here to DC as well. We lived so many different places. So I was just able to grow these relationships. And when different opportunities came up that I was invited to perform, I may not have been able to be there because I had another obligation. I was able to subcontract that out to someone else, another DJ. So I built up my portfolio as far as DJs as well. Let's say when CBC comes to town, I probably have 30 events. I subcontract probably 20 of those out to my company. So that's something that kind of helped me go from, being the artist to being the owner. I'm saying it's very simple. I would think, again, writing down your goals, how you're going to attack them is the initial form, and then once you begin to, let's say, have 5 DJs who you make available to work, more will come. And just being present with making sure you treat them well, pay them on time, pay them early. That's helped me. That was my transition.
How many entrepreneurs do we have? Can you raise a hand? Okay. So how many have started your business plan? Great. You need a roadmap. A vision to fruition has to have a written plan. Start your plan now. And I think that is something that has been so important in terms of the growth of my business over the last 36 years, is that I kept my business plan. Let it be a living document that you visit every year Every time there's a new industry trend, when I started now, remember, the internet was just, I don't think the internet had started almost. It had just started, okay? And so I had to revise and rework and develop and refine my business plan over the years to adjust to where the industry was going. And you have to do that. And with the industry and the digital and social growing so much, that impacts your business plan. So I would just say, definitely make sure that you start your business plan, you keep it as a live document, and you go back to it every year and refine it based on where you want to go. Because what you want to do now might be very different 5 to 10 years from now.
And I would just add to that, ownership for me has shown up in the form of partnership, right? You know, I work closely with artists. I preach to them every day, IP, own IP, right? You might not necessarily be able to own it through your record deal, and I'm not here to bash record labels because I do think it's a platform to get to the bigger picture, and it's all about how you look at it, right? But you can leverage your social currency, your impact, your cultural impact, right? So how it's shown up for me, especially as an entrepreneur, is building with these artists and understanding, let's take it out of the transactional method and let's bring it about equity, right? Or let's bring it about building something from scratch, but do it while you're hot too, right? That's important, right? A lot of artists, they wait, and I'm like, yeah, I know it feels like double the work, but it'll pay off in the long run. So, you know, it's really about partnership. It's really about, you know, we don't always have to do everything on our own. I always say, I don't want 100% of nothing. So let's build with, you know, the people around us. We see a lane that needs to be filled. You see someone that can be the person to help fill that lane. Let's work together in unison, because that's how a lot of other people do it, right? I think ego gets in the way of partnership at times, and community building, community businesses, that's really, you know, where the impact really is. And so it's, you know, for me, it's about building IP with artists. I work really closely with Meek Mill. I work really closely with Rod Wave, and we're all, you know, just in the lens of how do we own a piece of this?
That's exactly where I was gonna go, is intellectual property. Identity right now is so important. We see what's happening with technology. We see what's happening in the landscape. Owning yourself is one of the most important things we can all do, especially entrepreneurs. Everyone in this room should go online and purchase theirname.com, period. You should just have it. And mainly because you want to keep your own identity. You want to be able to have that. I think the most plain way I can think of it is when we think about owning real estate or property. I bought a house 4 years ago, and here I was thinking I was ready. She had studied, okay? I thought I did what I was supposed to do. Before even owning that property, when you mentioned your business plan, I should have been building a list of contractors. Who can fix drywall? Who do I want coming in here to make sure the plumbing is this way? Who do I know on appliances that can make that turn around quickly? Because, as you mentioned too, partnership, having people on call, being able to partner with people in real time quickly, knowing who will show up for you. In the good times and the bad times, when the check is good and when I'm gonna catch you next time. You need to have those people in alignment, because that's how you can keep moving. One of the most dangerous things, especially as artists and entrepreneurs, is you don't want to get stuck in the motion. You don't want to get to that point where you need the wheel turning and can't turn it because of something happening here or there, or not being able to juggle in a way that you can. So please know that you're not alone. Connect across. Where are your people across? Where are your homies that are riding with you now? Let them be part of your team. You know, even if it's just, can you come to this event with me? Like, can you pass out these flyers as I'm on the stage? Can you ask people, or can you give them my IG while I'm out here, so that y'all can start building that social capital together? I think a lot of us think in IG influencer terms, and we know some of the most popular on the platforms, they give you a step 1 and a step 2, but they're never going to tell you the rest of the how. You're going to have to figure that out. Right? So the best thing you can do is present with your step 1 and 2 and show them why you need to be the person that follows through.
That's awesome. All right, to follow that up, as we're talking about IP and we're talking about social media and new technologies, let's talk about cultural authenticity when it hits the mainstream. So as an entrepreneur, how do you protect authenticity while building for mainstream markets?
I'll start as an artist. I don't think about mainstream versus low stream versus high, low, here, there. The stream is where I am. Because for me, as a locally based artist, here, but then when I go in other places or other places around the world, my strength on stage still comes from Baltimore hometown crowd pumping me up right there off the harbor somewhere, right? So I think that is how you show up as authentically as you can, is to not put that much value in the exterior. You are the value. So wherever you show up is the mainstream. And you have to have that attitude going in every single room, because it's been some of the smallest, most intimate rooms that have had the biggest impact, most connection, because they're seeing you in a way that they're going to then take that to someone else. That currency, when they're looking at you and they have that connection, and then they're going to then spread the word. We love the internet, but still that word-to-word, person-to-person connection, when you're not in the room, how people talk about you, that's really what's going to get you on to that mainstream.
I couldn't agree more. I always say, you're doing something right when the opportunities start to find you. That's the notion I live by, right? Even as a music executive, I never had to go out and look for a job. My work spoke for itself, and I say that with artists all the time. Like, I don't talk about mainstream at all. My 25 years of the business, I've only listened to it being taught to us, but for me, we never had to fight that hard. We just had to do the work. We had to show up as ourselves, and the opportunities always found us. If you look at Rod Wave, for example, we signed him at 5,000 followers when I was at Alamo Records. He's now doing arenas, doubling back-to-back arenas, and he never did he did barely any features. He wasn't on radio. He didn't do any press, but he had a point of view, and he continued to talk to that audience over and over and over again. So the mainstream found him, right? So I think it's really about building from that authentic that authentic point of view, and being consistent, because the consistency is where people get lost, because it starts feeling redundant. You start looking to your right, to your left. Oh, these people have more than me. Let me start switching up my method. And that's not really what it's about. It's about evolving your method, but you got to put your blinders on, and just stay consistent.
Well, this is where I have to take off my entertainment hat and put on my business and my corporate hat. I own radio properties, and it is a challenge right now to stay authentic to the content that we need to speak to our community, but at the same time, to adhere to some of the requirements of the FCC, the new requirements, to have to adhere to some of the terms that we can't use, to have to adhere to some of our corporate partners who we have to use a lot of finesse. So I'm at a point now with my team, and it is a team, that we really have to think through our content, what we're putting out, what we pick and choose to get through this period and to keep us very competitive now in a market that has kind of moved into more of a morphed general market from being culturally relevant. But we're always going to stay true to who we are, and we're always going to speak to our audience, but how we do it now is challenging, because being an entrepreneur and staying in business is not for the faint of heart. It is hard. It is work. And there are times when it's great, and there are other times when you have to just push yourself through and stand on your faith. So don't think that this is an easy feat. It is tough, and it's ever-changing. So for me, it's a challenge right now on that side of my business. Fortunately, I have another marketing side that we're doing well and we're getting through, but on the broadcast side, it is a challenge.
Just following up with what all my panelists said, I agree with them. I will take off the ownership hat and put on the artist hat. I would say find out what you're great at and perfect that. And the mainstream, as you're mentioning, will come to you, as you stated, right? It's almost like being in the studio with an artist, trying to make a hit for the radio or for the mainstream versus just making great music, right? So as an artist, for me, I learned that some of the quirky or how I was raised, I don't drink or smoke, right? That's something that's very prevalent in the music industry, right? But because I owned that on a tour bus, it was like praise, like, wow, you really don't, no, I don't do that. That's not my cup of tea. So I was always alert and ready, always knew what was going on. I can be the designated driver, not the tour bus, but when we get to different cities, if I needed to speak for an artist, because that's Sherry, they don't like to do interviews. That and the best ability is availability. I'm always going to be available. I'm always going to answer my phone. I'm not too proud to carry the bags, be the photographer, take out the trash, get on stage and DJ, perform, clean up afterward. It's nothing above me. I'm going to do whatever it takes to make sure that the team and myself move forward at a constant pace. So because of that and my availability, and I have no problem doing what's needed, the mainstream will come to you. You're easy to work with. You're available. Could you? Yup, I don't have any problems. Are you? Yup, I'm available. And that's propelled me into, I guess, the mainstream, just being available, being present, and being willing to work. Yeah.
Oh, these are all amazing.
I just want to add something, because I want to be careful with messaging. When I mentioned, the opportunities, I didn't have to look for a job. That was after interning for $25 a week for about 3 years, right? So it took some work to get to that point. But once people see your hard work and dedication, the opportunities start to find you.
Understood. We're now going to open it up to Q&A. So if there are any questions in the audience, I just ask that you state your full name, school or affiliation, and your question. We'll start from the right side and then go left.
Hello, everybody. I'm Aria Freeman from Fayetteville State University. And my question was for everybody on the panel, but Ms. Green, I would appreciate if you comment on this. What is some advice that you have for young entrepreneurs who are embracing being themselves and their individuality, but in spaces where individuality / a want for disruption can be seen as a threat to doing things in a traditional way? How do you recommend the violin should play with a bunch of trumpets when trumpets have been played for 100 years?
Love that question and love the eloquence through which you spoke it. Come on, poetry. I love it. Thank you. When I showed up in high school at the first day of school for orchestra, the kids laughed at me. They said, "You don't sound like a regular violinist. Your sound is too low. and your vibrato was too wide. We don't like that here. And I took that to my teacher, after lesson, and she was like, finally, somebody else said it. And when I went home to my dad and my mom, they were like, let me hear what you did. Let me hear what you were playing. And so I played it exactly the same, and my dad set up his drum kit. And he put on a Pat Metheny record. He said, I want you to play exactly what you just did again with me in this record. He was like, sounds great to me. And when I say that the language with which you speak to yourself, how you tell your mind to think, how you allow yourself to show up emotionally in spaces will carry you through being laughed at. It'll carry you through being judged because you're different or you're not. That's the beauty, is that you are different, is that you are uniquely you. You're not trying to fit into a bubble. That will elevate you. If you're able to meet that moment, meet that crossroad, knowing that you are authentically yourself and trusting it. Trusting it, also respecting it, just like you mentioned earlier about not drinking and not smoking. You were authentically that, and you were true to yourself in every space, and people have to respect it. They're like, well, you know what? I just respect it. So I think that there are seasons where it's going to be challenged, and you're going to have to push through it. But I think you have to really commit. You have to commit to it if it is really who you authentically are, because when you perform and when you act in a performative way, it's gonna come out sooner than later, and you're not gonna be able to keep it up. So I say just trust yourself and continue to show up in that way, and that will be the lane for you.
Hi, I'm Miles Adejima. I'm a recent graduate from Howard University, and for me, entrepreneurship is like a new thing that I'm trying and to learn. And as inspiring as it is to see everyone here, there's also the fact that, especially in the arts, that there's a lot of failures. For every one artist that succeeds, there's like 5 who've tried and failed. So for you personally, for everyone on the panel, how do you face that possibility and failure and find it straight to continue on? And how do you learn from the failures you do have?
I would say for myself, I didn't have a problem working a job to fund my dream. I think sometimes that goes unnoticed. I remember Sherry saying she was an intern for pretty much no money, right? But you were gaining access and learning what goes on and what it takes. So me, man, I was a substitute teacher by day. And, I had a story every day, substituting those kids, right? But that money I made every week was able to feed me, pay for my bills, and every night I would be practicing downloading music, trying to figure out a way how when the summer got here, I was prepared for any events that was coming up. But in order for me to get to the summer, I had to fund my dream. And don't be afraid of that. It's really just maximizing your hours towards your goal. It's 24 hours, and then I just broke it down to my son and his friends who want to go to the NFL, they about to go to college. You got 24 hours. 8 of those hours you're going to set aside to sleep. 8 of those hours you're going to set aside to work. You have another 8 to get to what it is you want to do. So if you're going to really say, this is what I want to do, and as you stated, it's going to be very difficult, right? You may fail 99 times. That 100th time might be the time that it clicks, right? But don't be afraid to fund your dream. I always used to tell my friends who were aspiring artists as far as rappers or singers, why won't you go work at McDonald's? Why? They always hiring. They always hiring. I would be the manager in 6 months at McDonald's. Guaranteed. You're not stopping me for what I have to get done. I'm going to learn every position in McDonald's, and I'm going to get the key to be the manager, because then I can have more time to do what I got to do as far as my dream. So you're going to have to sacrifice something. Something's going to be sacrificed, right? Whether you change how you eat, you can't eat out, you got to go food shopping, whether it's TV, whether it's putting the Instagram phone down, whether it's going to the library, whether it's researching, whether it's doing stuff for free. You're going to have to sacrifice something, right? And fund your dream by getting a job. There's nothing wrong with that.
And there's a term for it, intra-entrepreneur. While you have a job, and a job that might be training you on helping you with what you want to do, or like you said, a day job, because you got to survive. But as an intra-entrepreneur, you take X amount of hours a day, a week, a month that you put towards your developing your business and your skill. And there are always going to be failures. That's not who you are. That's not the mindset that you have. You will win. Sooner or later, you're going to win. But you also want to live off of another position or job that can help you develop your business to help you win once you get there.
And one more thing, I would say success is subjective, right? I think we look at, again, looking at the right, looking to your right, to your left, focus on your niche, focus on the people that care, right? Build from there, because you can make a good living just building from the people that actually are coming to see you, especially for the artists out here, right? Like, the marketplace is oversaturated. We have to continue to think of new ways to build audiences. And that audience doesn't need to be mainstream, doesn't need to be, you just need to focus. If you get 100 people that care, right, and are subscribed to you, you could do amazing things with that 100 people. So also, you know, that's another point that I wanted to make.
And I just wanted to kind of just speak to your spirit. I just feel something, because the way you asked that question, I really want you to think about languaging failure. You don't even have to acknowledge it as that. That's your choice. Every day we live is another opportunity to do something else. My mantra is, all we do in life is plan to make plans, because plans change. Just continue to plan, continue to work, and you will not fail.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kyle Gardner. I'm a fourth-year agricultural business scholar from the Florida A&M University. Hi, Seven Hills, go Rattlers. But when it comes to my question, a lot of people who aren't, of course, like beneficiaries of nepotism, who have the bootstrap companies from the beginning, what is your advice when it comes to circumventing financial hardships? And a lot of people also will say that the definition of insanity is like doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. What did you do differently in your career to finally receive that yes out of copious no's back to back to back?
Mentorship. Finding a mentor. This relationship with PNC and Howard and the School of Business and what we're doing here is about, it's a mentorship, it's a partnership. So find people that are in your industry that you can mentor with. This is a quick story. When I bought my first radio stations, I went to Kathy Hughes, who was my mentor. And of course, if you went to Howard, you know Kathy Hughes School of Communications. And I says, I want to buy some radio stations. And she said, you're not ready. And I was like, wait a minute. I've been in business 15 years. I'm doing okay. You're telling me I'm not ready? She said, you are not ready. You don't know what it takes and all the elements of what it takes to own broadcast properties. If you go through this program, through the National Association of Broadcasters, and you still want to purchase some stations, I'll sell to you. But you've got to get through that year's program. I said, well, I don't have the money. She was like, oh, really? She said, well, I'll pay for it. Wow. And she paid for me to go through a year's program. And 3 years later, I came out raised the money, and bought those stations from her. And she did give me a deal. So we have to understand the value of mentors, both on a personal and on a business level. And businesses that mentor one another. This is a mentor relationship to make this happen with such a huge investment. So I would just say that is essential in growing and developing, is think about finding and researching mentors.
I would say mentorship was definitely the helm. So the way you presented that, I can't compete with Kathy Hughes. So that was great. I would say my business plan, where's the gentleman at? A business plan. Now, a business plan, when I was growing up, write out your 6-month business plan. I wrote out my weekly business plan, right? Again, substitute teachers doesn't make that much, right? My weekly business plan kept me aligned with not only my finances, but how I knew I would scale, right? So if I know this week I'm gonna make $500, my bills are XYZ, my gas, my utility, and I have to do this, that, I know by the 3rd month, by the end of the quarter, I should have this amount of money. I'll be able to do this. Okay, I can't afford a car right now, so I'm gonna have to figure it out. So with that business plan, it literally showed me how to figure out and how to move my money and scale at my pace. Not, as Sherry said, don't worry about to the right or the left of you who's doing what, because that could terrify you. Or that could make you worry, like, I'm not moving fast enough. Move at your pace, and as long as you're going 100% at what you know you need to do, that'll kind of mitigate the rest. If you write that business plan out, you go through it, most of the time you'll get done most of what you've written down earlier. So I had that scaling of business. Before I moved to DC, I lived in Richmond. Different economic scale, different advantages here in DC. And I didn't move here until I had that plan set out 6 months prior to moving here, knowing, okay, this is how much you're making, this is what you need to do. Don't go there and think you're gonna be Hollywood. Slow down, sir. So that right there helped me kind of survive with knowing where I'll be able to go and how I'll be able to move.
I would just add, I know you mentioned nepotism, right? And nepotism is real, right? We can't compete with that. But what's even more real is being a master at your craft, right? Hone in, really define what your offering is. When I started in a business, I doubled down on being the best marketer I could be, right? So no one could compete with that. And so I think it's really important in the beginning to just hone in on what your offering is so that when you come, people understand how to utilize you versus having to figure it out, right? And so I think that's really important as well.
And I just want to say, because I don't remember us like really explicitly saying it today, but an entrepreneur, y'all, your body, yourself is your business. So all of your financial considerations also include your doctor's appointments, going to see the dentist, going to get your hair or nails done. Like all of that is part of the financial consideration because it's part of how you show up. So if that means your plan needs to include, okay, well, if I have my rent, my hair appointment on this day and this month, then that means I need this many events to get to the bottom line for this month. And if that's how you need to re-coordinate how you're thinking about it, I need really all of us, because whether you work for a company or not, you still need to take care of yourself, right? So it's part of that like financial consideration where everything you have is capital. Most of all, your health.
Awesome. All right, so we're running out of time. So if there's any additional questions.
Can I ask my one question?
Can she ask her one question? Yes,
hello, my name is Zaria Bradshaw. I go to Langston University and I'm currently in my senior year. And my question to the panel is, as someone of multiple passions and talents, how do you, I kind of feel pressure sometimes to be in one lane. How do you balance having range without losing clarity to your brand or confusing your audience?
I know for me, am I overstepping? Should I live in? Okay. Not only am I a DJ, I also partner with someone who I went to Virginia State University. We have the first Geico office and the only Geico office in DC on 14th Street, right? And again, that just came about because I'm on tour and he was killing it at Geico. And I said, bro, if you get an opportunity to open up a Geico, I got half, right? Not knowing what it entailed. But just because I'm not afraid to try new things and to learn, I had to take the property and casualty exam for DC, Maryland, Virginia. And then I also own an art and fashion, partner in the art and fashion gallery called The Museum. Here in DC, we have 2 locations, one in the Southeast and one in Northeast. So to even point more to your question, I'm not afraid to learn different things that have nothing to do with DJing. Entrepreneur doesn't have a limit. You can own and be a part of whatever you feel like you may have the opportunity to thrive in and also help. And I'll say this because we have to go. Being brought up in the church, I learned from my mother, who was the head nurse, and my father, who was the head adjutant to the bishop. I'm here to serve. Right? And whatever capacity that comes about, that's why I don't have an ego about picking up the trash or carrying the bags, right? So with that, anything that can help my community and my surroundings, I'm going to be willing to do, right? And I want to be a part of business that's a necessity. You can't escape insurance. You can't escape it. You need it. So I made up my mind I wanted to do that. You can't escape. You got to wear clothes every day. So I just wanted to be a part of different entrepreneur partnerships that help the community and put me in a space where I could teach my son, hey, you don't just have to look at football, bro. It's a lottery to get to the NFL. But there's some other things that you may enjoy, that you may like to do. And once you hone in on one of the things that you love, which is DJing, you can branch out to other different entities that still are lucrative, but you're also helping the community. So I think that helping the community and partnerships that help you grow will kind of help you propel to other ventures that have nothing to do with maybe your mainstream is.
Awesome. If there's any additional questions, the panelists will stay behind, so please ask then. We're running behind time. There's so many amazing events that you have to get to. But I want to thank our panelists for coming out and discussing their journeys in entrepreneurship. I want to thank Howard University and PNC Bank for putting this together. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the weekend. It's going to be plenty of amazing events. And best of luck in your entrepreneurial journeys.
See, huh? Shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you're enjoying the HBCU Empower Conference. We just ask that you would vacate this room into the hallways to network so we can set up for lunch. Thank you.
1, 2. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? We're good. We're enjoying ourselves at HU Empower, HBCU Empower. All right, real quick, another roll call for who's here today. Harris-Stowe State University, are you here? Love it. Fayetteville State, are you here? I love the energy. North Carolina A&T, are you here? Tennessee State, are you here? Love the energy. Once again, we're here to celebrate, to learn, to skill share around entrepreneurship, particularly through HBCUs around the country. And you are once again in for a treat for our lunchtime panel to really talk about the connection between one's HBCU journey and their entrepreneurship journey. Once again, for those that were not here earlier, my name is Dr. Johnny Graham. I'm honored to serve as the Interim National Executive Director for the Howard University and PNC National Center for Entrepreneurship, this national initiative to empower entrepreneurship at HBCUs around the country. So glad to have you all here for this occasion, our third year of this annual national conference. And, do want to share with everybody the importance of this next panel. So some of you know, some of you that do know me, know that my wife and I just had a baby in January. So yes, I am very sleep deprived. I may forget what day of the week it is. But having a child really has you think further and think in more detail about what it means to have a legacy, what it means to leave a legacy, what you're leaving for the future. It reframes your perspective in your mind. It's no longer about yourself, but what can you do for other people? How can you make the world a better place? And we all know, everybody in this room, I think, has, in one way or another, whether it's a student, a faculty member, as a community member, as a corporate sponsor, we've all benefited in a way from the legacy of HBCUs. We've been positively impacted by a professor or a mentor or a staff member or somebody in financial aid that looked out, or a faculty member that maybe gave you a little bit of extra credit or extra opportunity to get extra credit, or even just being able to walk into a mentor's office and get guidance and feedback at a time where you may have some difficulty in your college years. And this next panel is really emblematic of just the journey, the history, and the legacy of HBCUs and how it can influence and inform the journey of entrepreneurs. My older brother's in the crowd. He's a Morgan State alum, and he's a MSU, go Bears, all those good things. He's been a restaurant owner for the last 14 years, and I never made the connectivity till recently that his business and entrepreneurship journey started from being an accounting major at Morgan State and knowing and understanding his numbers. In fact, Greg, we're still going through those numbers now, aren't we? And I thought it was really important to have this panel of successful, really brilliant HBCU entrepreneurs to share their journeys, not only with our students that are here, but our faculty that are here and all of our attendees here. And what better person to do the introduction to this panel than our program manager at our Mid-South region, Danae Stewart. Danae is not only our program manager at the Mid-South region, but literally started as a student entrepreneur at Bowie State. Shout out to Bowie. Under the mentorship of Janetta Hardy, who's been a leadership in this space for decades. She went on to work in the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center at Bowie State for a number of years, and then transferred from there. We had to steal it from you, Ms. Hardy, I'm sorry. And she went on to work for this initiative and be an amazing program manager at our Mid-South region. And she really has benefited from this journey of being a student entrepreneur to working in the ecosystem to help other HBCU student entrepreneurs. And so without further ado, to introduce our lunchtime panel, Ms. Danae Stewart. Good? You good? Good? Mm-hmm.
Oh, does this one work? This one, that one. Okay. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, my HBCU family. How we're feeling tonight? Everyone's good? Okay. First things first, I know we're currently eating. We just finished eating. I want to I'm here to wake y'all up before that itis fully kicks in, if y'all know what I mean. I promise to keep it tight, inspiring, and maybe just a little funny. So as Dr. Graham mentioned, I am Danae Stewart. I am a proud Bowie State alum. I am a Morgan State MBA candidate. I'm former student CEO at Saxby's, and I'm someone who once cried on this stage. If you were here last year, you know I once cried on this stage honoring my mentor. But this year, I will try to cry less and inspire more. So let's see how this goes. HBCUs. HBCUs where I found my purpose and my people. At Bowie State, I dove headfirst into the opportunity, into every opportunity I could. As Dr. Graham mentioned, I served on the Entrepreneurship Academy Student Advisory Board, which is now the Entrepreneurship Innovation Center. I ran a student business. I also had a so real experience running a coffee cafe, managing a team, juggling operations, and praying that we didn't run out of oat milk again. It was hard, it was real. It was a moment I realized I didn't just want to have a job. I wanted to build something that matters. After graduating, of course, I did go to corporate route. I wore all of learned the ropes, wore all the blazers, but the fire of entrepreneurship never left my side. So in 2023, I was able and honored to go back to Bowie State, and I helped lead the HBCU Plus Entrepreneurship Conference. That was a so for real circle moment for me, and it reminded me why I love this work. Now at Morgan, but always Bowie made. Today, I am the program manager for the Howard University PNC region for Mid-South region for entrepreneurship, based at Morgan State, where I get to support HBCU students across the region, launching their ventures and stepping into their power. Because here's the thing, HBCUs don't just give you a degree, they give you a launch pad, a community, a tribe that says yes to yes you can before anyone even knows your name. And speaking of launch, it's my honor to introduce the next panel, Legacy and Launch Empowering HBCU Entrepreneurs. This dynamic panel explores how HBCU alumni entrepreneurs are building businesses rooted in purpose, culture, and long-term impact. From launching startups to creating intergenerational wealth, these panelists will share how their HBCU experiences shape their journey and who they are now. You all will be able to gain insights in launching with intention, strategizing growth, leveraging power of community, culture, and collaboration. Whether you're an aspiring founder, a current student, an ecosystem builder, this conversation will spark ideas and strategies for empowering the next generation of entrepreneurs. So let's give a warm, incredible welcome to our featured speakers. First, we have Nicholas M. Perkins, President and CEO of Perkins Management and Funduckers. He is a two-time HBCU alum from Howard University. And Fountain Valley State, sorry. And then we have our amazing Luke Lawal Jr., founder and CEO of HBCU Buzz and Bowie State alum. Go Bears. Sorry. We also have Jasmine Hudson, co-founder of Black Paper Party, from Tennessee State alum. And then we have Jabari Johnson, founder and CEO of Colors Worldwide. How many of y'all been to R&B only? That's the guy, Howard alum. And then we also have Angel Giorgio, founder of Spice Sweets, Black and Forth, and Something Sweets. And then we have our amazing moderator, Inaton Barriola II, three-time best-selling author and co-founder of St. Miles. Make sure you guys check out the Mecca Marketplace, shameless plug, but check out and see all the things that St. Miles is doing. Let's give a big, awake, post-launch welcome to our panelists.
What's up, panelists? You all look lovely and light. Speaking of lovely and light and launching and legacy, I know for myself, I'm a FAMU Rattler. Is anyone from FAMU in the building? Congratulations to the pitch competition winner from FAMU last night. I was very proud. Yes. So my journey to FAMU started, I wanted to go to Hampton originally, and I wanted to study psychology, and my mother took my brother and I, who attended FAMU before me, to Orlando to, make our way up to FAMU, started Disney. And when I stood on FAMU's campus on the set, and I saw, in my mind, would look like a different world, would look like school days, would look like the mecca of blackness in this beautiful place that I'd never experienced being from California, I said, I'm going here. What allowed and inspired you to land at your HBCU?
I'll go. All right, hello everyone. Again, I am Jasmine Hudson, a graduate of the Tennessee State University. And so I'm from Cincinnati originally, and my dad, he wanted us to sign up for the HBCU tour. They sent him that price tag. He was just like, we got our own HBCU tour at the house, get in the car. So we hit the road, right? So from Cincinnati, so we hit Wilberforce, we hit Central first, and then we headed on down. Ended up at TSU. I was an undecided, major, so they put us in one big room, and I realized, I'm just like, you know what? I don't like it. I don't want to be here. I don't like this at all, so I'm going to go because it just felt like there wasn't really any direction during that session. So I got lost in the building, ended up in the basement of the building, and the basement was where the honors program was housed. So I'm in the back of the honors program, I'm walking up to the front, and I end up running into the director of the honors program, Dr. Sandra Holt. She is Dr. Mom, and I know if you went to a HBCU, you have someone that took you on, right? So while I was there, she just said kind of like, what's up? I said, I hate it here, point the exit, you know what I mean? So she's just like, that's strong, like not too much on TSU. And then she said, well, what are you looking for? What are your qualifications? I shared with her kind of what was going on with me. I was 1 point shy on my ACT from qualifying for the honors program. But she said, we'll bring you onto the honors program and really show you what we're all about because we're about cultivating the future of, Black excellence at TSU. So she brought me into her office, and really what sealed the deal, because my dad had then showed up, and she prayed over me, and she had a little bit of oil, of course, on her desk, and she was just like, the blood. I was like, okay. So my dad's an elder at our church at home, and she was just like, we're going to take really great care of Jasmine here. And he said, so it's Tennessee State University. And honestly, she has come through for me every single instance that I needed anything throughout my entire matriculation, and I owe everything that I am to my community and to Tennessee State.
Oh, okay. Well, it was actually football that took me to Fayetteville State University for my undergraduate. I'm a Fayetteville, North Carolina native originally, and was playing football at E. Smith Senior High School and got a scholarship to attend Fayetteville State University, and went to work in the food services, and that's actually what led me into my future. Everything that I am today actually started at Fayetteville State University, ironically, and it's full circle moment, if you will, because when you hang up cleats and then pick up an apron to go to work in the calf, fall in love with the business, And while in the business school as an undergraduate student, I merged two things that I loved, and that was cooking and eating, and turned that into a business, which I actually leveraged the education that I was getting in undergraduate school to create Perkins Management Services Company. So I'm 19, 20 years old at the time, and when I'm asked to write a business plan or asked to write a marketing plan, I just wrote it on my own business. And then when I graduated and went to work for a major food service provider, year and a half out of undergraduate school, I actually launched my own business at 24, and we fast forward 19 years later, and here we are.
Question, how many people from PG County, Maryland, or DMV area? Okay. How many Nigerians? Okay. How many people played a sport in high school, college? Okay. And last question, how many people, parents, went to HBCUs? Okay. So the reason why I asked you guys that question is because when I was growing up, I came from a long line of villages. I had my DMV village, and if you know anything about PG County, we've been HBCUs coming out of high school before you even knew what was Black excellence. Like, our environment bruised that, right? Then, if you know anything about being Nigerian or African, or if you know any African friends, just lawyer, doctor, engineer, and that's it, right? And then, if you're an athlete, you understand what it takes to be an athlete, especially in PG County. It's a different breed over here. So the reason why I say that all to say is growing up, I always knew what an HBCU looked like because I had all these villages. So by the time I got to my HBCU, because my mom went to Howard and my dad went to Bowie, so by the time I got to college, it was just like a stepping stone to what these communities look like, what these environments look like. But I always grew up with the pressure of becoming something greater. I always knew that I had to do something more for my community. And once I got to my HBCU, Bowie State University, and pledged the greatest fraternity on the planet, Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, that's when I knew what excellence was like. That's when I knew what Black excellence was like. And ever since then, I've just been trying to keep it going.
My journey to Howard was not as exciting. It was actually kind of built out of this like really painful place. I'm born and raised in Washington, D.C., and I went to Howard University twice, undergraduate and graduate school. But when I made the decision to go to Howard, it wasn't really a decision that I wanted to make. I really wanted to go away to California. I just wanted to be far away from D.C. I wanted to experience something new. And then in my senior year of high school, I realized that like I didn't have the family to support that type of life, right? My mother and father on drugs, in and out of jail, didn't really know where they were. I had two brothers who would then go on to be sentenced to life in prison. And I went through that my entire undergraduate career at Howard. And so I just stayed here out of fear. Like I was scared to leave. I didn't really know what life would be like. Who's gonna help me? I didn't have family to help, but I'm like, I got a few friends. I got family of friends that would help me if I needed help. And so I stayed here to go to Howard because it was what felt safe and what felt comfortable. And then I got on campus and I realized that like, wow, like I actually do like it here. Like this isn't so bad. I kind of went reluctantly because I just felt like, I went to Banneker High School, which used to be right across the street from Howard. Here I am going across the street. It just felt like I wasn't really doing anything with myself by going to Howard, even though Howard is the Mecca and it's this amazing school. It didn't feel good to me because I felt like I wasn't doing what I really wanted to do. I was yet again having to do what my family what the restrictions that were placed on my family allowed me to do, and that was just go across the street. And so I went to Howard. I ended up loving it, of course. Graduated undergrad, went back and got my master's at Howard, and now I own a strip mall and have done these, amazing things, but my journey to get to at Howard was really hard and built in a lot of struggle. Like Howard was not associated with like excitement. I never went to a Howard party. I never went to a Howard homecoming. Like I was so broke when I was at Howard. I didn't have a single book my entire undergrad. My homegirl used to photocopy books for me, and I would meet on Georgia Avenue, and I would read the book before class, and I would try to do my best to incorporate what I read 20 minutes ago into class. And so Howard taught me a lot of resilience. I was grateful to be able to see so much Black excellence every day through my peers and through my professors who are now, lifelong friends of mine. But my story, my journey is so I don't want to say different because I don't know everybody else's story, but it's not typically, how people arrive at Howard. People usually arrive on campus with this sense of pride and excitement, and I kind of came there scared and unsure.
Thank you for sharing that, Angel. That was powerful. My story is really the easiest. I'm Jabari, and my mom went to Howard, and so I feel like I came out the womb doing a call and response. HU. Like that was just immediate, So she took me to Howard when I was 2 years old, had me walking around, took this picture, and I always looked at that picture growing up. And when I finally, I knew what I wanted to do. I knew I'm in the music industry. I knew I wanted to be in the music industry since a young kid. And when I'm reading CD liner notes and seeing who worked on what, I just noticed that a lot of people in the entertainment industry went to Howard, and I was like, my mom went there, I want to get in entertainment and music, and it was just kind of like a no-brainer. And when my mother used to take me to homecomings, I was going to Howard homecomings at like 8 years old, you know what I mean, and watching, people perform on the yard. I mean, I was seeing my favorite artists like Pharrell and all these people just like performing, and as a young kid, I thought that that's what school was like all the time. So I said, well, of course I'm going here. So I didn't apply to many other schools. I applied to Hampton, and I didn't even finish the application. I just sent it, and I wasn't concerned with getting into no other school. I did go and visit FAMU, and I was like, I felt that same thing. I was like, man, this is an incredible place. But I remember in high school, one day I got this big, I don't know how they send these anymore, but you probably get notified by email, but I got a big packet in the mail, and it said Howard University on the top, and I was like, man, they're not sending this big old packet to tell me I didn't get in. So as soon as I opened it up, said I got in, and it's been up ever since. Yeah, that was my journey. Pretty simple.
Amazing journeys, amazing stories. My company, St. Miles, is a sanctuary for colorful brands where we house one of the largest platforms to shop and discover colorful brands, black and brown brands. And Pharrell and Louis Vuitton recently invested in the company. Along with you, Jasmine, with Black Paper Party, we were just together in New York with the CEO of Louis Vuitton and the whole team. But when I think about legacy, my co-founder's son's name is Saint, and my son's name is Miles, and collectively we're building a platform to help spread the $5 trillion we collectively spend as a community for our culture for real. When you think about legacy, how has thinking about generational impact influenced the way you structure your business decisions?
I can start because it's so weaved into my business. So I own the Spice Suite, which is a spice shop that I started almost 10 years ago. Since then, I've purchased a block in Northeast DC and redeveloped it. So I own a strip mall that houses 6 businesses that I own, that I rent most of them to black women to allow them affordable commercial space in DC, because this is one of the most intensely gentrifying cities in the country and it's extremely expensive. But in terms of culture and legacy and how that's weaved into my business, it has impacted my entire business model. I have this thing where I allow black businesses to do pop-ups at my store for free. So if you have a product that's handmade or uniquely sourced, you can pop up at the Spice Suite for free. You don't have to bring a table. You don't bring anything. I don't take any percentage from you. I've never done it in 10 years. And we've hosted thousands of those. And so I would do these interviews early on, and I would say, I'm bartering with black people. And I'm like, I do this thing where I barter and I allow black people to use my space and sell their products. And I have this other group of women out of that model who regularly sell their products at my store, and in exchange they get a place to they kind of work there, right? And I said this in interviews, and then I got a call from the U.S. Department of Labor's legal department, and they were like, so we heard in the interview that you barter with these businesses, but we don't see that represented in your relationship with the IRS. And I was like, because I'm a liar. Like, clearly. Like, if the IRS says to be involved, then I clearly lie. April Fools. So let's start over. And he's like, no, I'm not trying to trip you up. Tell me what you do. And so I explained my business model, and I said I allow people to pop up, but then I have this cohort of women who pop up regularly, and while they're popping up, they help run my business, right? So that's the model that I created. And he was like, well, that doesn't fit into any of the employment types as defined by the U.S. Department of Labor. Carry on. And when I hung up, I realized that like if nobody's doing this, if I'm creating this model that doesn't exist, I need to trademark it and I need to teach it. And so I've now been to Howard and Wharton and all these places around the country teaching my business model, which I've then called Black and Forth, which is the idea of going back and forth with Black people to sustain brick and mortar businesses. And I thank you. And so that is kind of how I weave like culture, right? So it's really epitomizing lifting as you climb and cooperative economics and all these like catchy phrases that we say, but we don't really live, especially as business owners. So trying to remain community centric in this capitalistic society by centering Black people in my business unapologetically.
I think for me, and I believe that there are a lot of people in the room probably who think about entrepreneurship differently. But I think a lot of it, like what she's saying, the strategy sometimes is born out of your own individual experience. For me, and I've always been cerebral, even as a kid, you can't help the circumstances that you were born into, but there will become a point in time where you control your own destiny. So the point of getting to your own destiny and the decisions that you can make going forward, for me, it's been a race against poverty. What can I do to change and affect the circumstances of my present and then to my future, and then what I will be able to do to impact the lives of other people? And I could not think of any other vehicle to do that other than business and entrepreneurship. So for me, founding and establishing a company was a vehicle that I felt like would not only generate wealth for myself, but it was something that I would also be able to do to impact other people, impact communities, and the things that were most important to me, as well as being able to take care of your family. So when I think about long-term viability and long-term sustainability, I'm not the type of entrepreneur that looks to build businesses to flip them or looks to build businesses to sell them. My purpose and goal is to continue to generate entrepreneurial firms to be able to build up long-term sustainable businesses that can have long-term impacts, not only for myself, but also for the communities, in which we serve. And so when I started and launched, I was a very young entrepreneur and, was very driven and still driven even now, and never really ever told myself no, so to speak, right? I jumped into what I consider to be a red ocean. I went to compete against the contract food service management business, which is dominated by large multinational corporations, and here I am, 24 years old, starting a food management business, going after HBCUs and government contracts, and I've been doing it for the past 19 years. And then fast forward to 2022, and Fuddruckers is being sold, and I threw my hat in the ring, one of 149 companies, and we won. And so now you fast forward to where we are now, and it's always a heavy lift, but the reality is that when you have a purpose when you start, and that purpose is not necessarily driven by selfish reasons, because most people think you just start businesses just to make money, when in reality, that's probably the hardest thing to do. That's going to give you your greatest headaches. It's going to give you your most problems that you're going to ever deal with are going to be centered around or concerning it, but the real reason why is what keeps you going.
I didn't really understand when I was building my business. I didn't understand the legacy aspect until our events started getting quite large. And, my brand, R&B Only, we've sold nearly 750,000 tickets. We get around 10 to 15 million digital impressions every month. And I realized that this is not just around this genre of music. It's really this genre of music that we're promoting and, having people come to experiences from, concerts, festivals, all types of stuff, the artists that we're supporting. It's really, most of the music is rooted in love and specifically Black love. And I didn't see record labels putting a lot of energy into that type of music. Oftentimes, as we all know, some of the stuff that is being funded and pushed down our throats a lot of times is destructive. And so I wanted to, once I realized the power in being able to control and own the database and the audience and the communication with my audience one-to-one, I realized how important amplifying music around love and community was, and that's when I really started to understand that this is something that, you know, legacy is an important thing, and being able to have that control and ownership with the audience is even more important, because so many people in the music industry don't, and that's what kind of opened my mind up to the legacy aspect.
It's funny because I just realized that growing up, I remember I was telling you guys about all the villages I was a part of, and being in PG County, having this like cultivated environment that was brewed for Black excellence, right? So the second I got to my HBCU, that was like a stepping stone to that, right? But has anyone ever heard of this leadership program or weekend called NASAP? Has anybody been to NASAP? So NASAP is like this leadership program where they take all the SGA leaders or top leaders on the campuses and they bring them all together in one weekend. And during that weekend, I realized very quickly that the world doesn't look like me. That was my first exposure to what Black excellence looks like on different campuses. That was the first time I met the FAMU SGA president or met anyone from Morehouse or any of these other HBCUs, and I was just like, wow, we really be doing it. You know, I was just like, wow, we really, like, I was just like, not just in the standpoint of like where I come from, where it's like athleticism and Black excellence on different scales, you start to realize how diverse our Blackness is on all these different campuses. And then as soon as I got back to Bowie, I was just like, wow, like no one talks about this. I turned on the TV, then I realized how mainstream media depict HBCUs as negative, and you would only hear about HBCUs whenever someone's embellishing on the campuses or anytime there's just all these negative events, but all the wonderful things that were happening on our campuses, we never knew about it. And then I got a chance to actually go to some of these campuses, and I went to FAMU, and I was so excited to just see how the SGA ran their campus, and just in a different capacity compared to us. Just like the programs, the way they engage the campus, and I'm just like, wow, no one really talks about this. So immediately I started HBC Buzz. I came back in my dorm room, I hit my line brothers up, and I was just like, look, the world needs to know what we look like. The world needs to know the truth about what happens on our campuses, and most importantly, they need to see all the different faces, because if you don't, the legacy that we're building just diminishes. And when you look at how powerful mainstream media was at the time in 2010, you have to show who we are. Like I had cousins and young people coming up being like, am I gonna be successful at a HBCU? Because they just don't know. But I was fortunate to have two parents that went to HBCUs. I was fortunate to be in that diaspora, and immediately I started HBCU Buzz, and fast forward today, we are the most influential brand in the space, and HBCUs are in the forefront of media, and people know who we are compared to just this idea of what it looked like. And people used to ask me all the time, like, are HBCUs still relevant? And I would respond and be like, where would we be without HBCUs? Don't ask me that question. Let's flip it. Where would we be without us?
Just real quick, so I'm kind of like Jabari. I didn't start or co-found Black Paper Party with the idea of legacy really in mind. It started because it was 2020, everyone's kind of shut in, and then George Floyd happens, and we realized that the Black culture is really somber and sad, and then also isolated at the same time. How do we insert Black joy back into the culture? So Black Paper Party really is Black joy personified. We have wrapping paper, ornaments, gift bags, things how you celebrate the culture. The legacy part comes in because we are not in business just to make something, we're in business to mean something. So what we're doing is making sure that you see yourselves represented in the products that you buy. And the way it kind of just took off really just felt like we were in alignment. So growing, you know, from nothing online to in 5 years we're in Walmart, Target, Macy's, Family Dollar, Dollar General, CVS, all of that, over 6,000 stores. the people that reach out to us sharing that this stocking looks like my son, this stocking looks like my grandmother, that's the legacy that we want to provide. And then also future, as we're thinking about fundraising, that's where legacy building is coming into play, because people want a piece of your business, right? They're gonna come after equity. So now what does that mean to you and future generations?
That's good. That's gold. So me and the kind people at PNC Bank at this table earlier were speaking about endurance. And as you know, HBCU journey is difficult, right? But I say that I learned a lot outside of the classroom at FAMU. HBCUs teach you to make something out of nothing. Yeah. We had to be creative with limited resources. How has your HBCU resourcefulness shown up in your entrepreneurial journey, especially during tough times?
Oh, I can start there. So we, at Howard, I don't know if it's still around, but we had this group called EPP. It was called Industry Power Players. It was like a group for all the kids who wanted to get into the entertainment and music industry. And oftentimes there were like label reps, so the labels would send like promo packages. We would put together meet and greets for artists when they were on promo runs in the city, in the DMV area. And I remember one of my mentors, who was older than me, Brittany, in that group, she would tell me everything that was happening, and she would be like, "Hey, this is happening. I want you to come here and hand out these flyers. This is happening. I want you to come here and walk this artist around the campus. I want you to," and I was just always available. I made myself available for everything. And then I remember one time it was something that was happening on campus. It was really, really hush hush. And everybody knew something big was going on, but we didn't really know the magnitude of what was going on. And Jay-Z was doing this thing called the Hangar Tour, and he was performing in a private jet in like 7 or 6 different cities all around America. And the only college that he stopped at was Howard on this. And this was during the Kingdom Come album promo cycle. And I remember my task was to just keep it like quiet and not tell everybody. And I remember just running to this concert that was produced like right behind, I forget what building it was produced behind, but yeah, it was just like the things that I experienced in the music industry, today, I had so many real experiences at Howard, because it was like, HBCUs to me, it's kind of like a farm team in baseball. You know what I mean? It's like, or the G League in basketball. It's like you're starting out, but everybody is taking it very seriously. You know what I mean? My friends that were doing fashion and putting on fashion shows, when my friends from other schools would come to the Howard fashion shows, they would be like, "This looks like it's supposed to be on TV, and these are kids doing this." So it's like your peer group takes it so seriously, even at a collegiate level, even at a just starting out level. And then you do get these opportunities to work with, big people, because at the end of the day, like, they know that this is where the tastemakers are. This is where the future executives are. So I would say for all the students in here, look around at your peers and take all the things that you guys are working on seriously, whether it be an Instagram page or whether it be a photo shoot. Just take it so seriously, because all these things are like resume builders. And when you get out into that real world, and nowadays with AI, all people want to see is what you've done. They want to see what you can bring to the table, and that portfolio is super important. And when I came out of Howard, my portfolio had so many things on it that I was able to show at Capitol Records and become one of the youngest employees at the label at the time, fresh out of college. So yeah, that's what HBCUs did for me.
I would say with limited resources, especially being at TSU, it showed me to kind of like put down my ego. And it's just like, I'm not too ashamed to ask my network for anything. And you have to be that way as an entrepreneur as well. You have to lean on your networks and people and not be too egotistical or kind of up in your head to not ask and reach out. I mean, there were times where Dr. Elsie had to buy my books. I had to live with Dr. Holt. Like, there's so many instances where I've had to just reach out. I changed my entire major because I needed a scholarship. And I'm just like, I emailed every single dean and I said, I will change my major if you give me money. And then the engineering college, they're just like, child, don't change your major, but here's some money. And I'm just like, I am not too ashamed to ask any and everybody for something, and that's really voted in my favor with the scaling of Black Paper Parties, because I used to work at Walmart. I was a merchant, and then when I left, one of our very first customers was Walmart, you know what I mean? So being able to scale like super, super fast, leveraging your network, and I'm not too proud to beg.
So it's funny because I feel like you guys pretty much hit it on the nail, but what I would add to it is my HBCU ecosystem taught me one of the most important words I feel like in business, which I feel like people say this word in so many different ways, but I'm going to say it, and I'm going to say it as the art of finesse. If you go to a HBCU campus, when you graduate, you don't realize how strong that tool is. Just being able to take one thing from nothing and turn it into something. Just being able to take all the no's and get that one yes. Just being able to be at the right place at the right time, which is always God-led, just to get that one small opportunity to get you to the next place you're trying to be. And if that's the one thing I want you guys to understand is never look at all the no's and think there's not one door at the end, one small finesse, one little person that you could talk to that just can get you to that next stage. And it was always the people around me that were reminding me of that every single day. They're like, I know she said no, but did you ask X, Y, and Z? Maybe you can call somebody's cousin, this person, that person to get to where you're trying to go. Because when you understand the art of finesse, you don't always have to be qualified. You don't always have to have all the answers. Your deck doesn't have to be the best deck. Sometimes the person that you are in this very moment, someone is out there looking for you. So just keep that in mind. And like I tell people all the time, 90% of the work is just showing up. So being on my campus, I would show up in flip-flops. I would show up half-baked. I would show up not knowing what the answer to the question was, but I knew if I showed up, the environment would support whatever I needed.
That's a magnificent question, and when I reflect back on the beginning, and I listen to people now, and what's always disappointing is how people's adverse circumstances adversely impact their ability to even dream, to conceptualize, because people hone in and focus so much on what they don't have in the present. And I see that so often, especially in communities of color, those barriers exist. And I always reflect back on the beginning for me. And I started with $2,000 to my name and an American Express card. That was all I had. And I was given an opportunity, one contract feeding 15 people 3 times a day, but I stretched that $2,000 and I leveraged the credit on that American Express card to get me through those first 30 days because that's all I needed, because I knew then I'll get my first check from my business and then reinvest that and just keep going. And if I would have listened to other people, we would never be here. Now we serving 100,000 meals a week, 12 HBCUs, 5 government installations, and own a whole brand, right? So I came from 2 HBCUs, Fayetteville State University and Howard University, and I credit my entire business career to what I learned from those 2 institutions and the circumstances that I was born into that gave me the drive, the grit, and the determination, and everybody who told me that I wouldn't make it. And so you don't ever allow anybody or anything to keep you away from what it is that you want to do and become. As my grandmother used to say all the time, you only pass this way once. So you have to max it out. And I can't move on before I say this, because when the brother mentioned this, being qualified to do anything with nothing, I think about like my favorite quote, and it was from Constantine, who said, we the willing, led by the unknowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful. We have done so much with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything with nothing. And that's the truth.
My resourcefulness that I learned, just not even just from an HBCU, just in life generally, has shown up in my business by allowing me to like fully understand how okay it is to rely on community. Like when I had nothing, I knew that I had community, right? Just in life and childhood, growing up through Howard. But now in my business, that shows up because it's allowed me to scale my business and to be able to reach back and give in ways that I would not be able to do had I not been as reliant on that community. Like right now, we host a community business school. So twice a month, every single month that I've been in business, we hold free business classes. And now I rely on my community for that. I've never put a call out on social media or LinkedIn. It's literally people I know from Howard, people I meet through networking events. And I'm like, hey, you're an accountant. Would you mind spending an hour and a half teaching a class on accountants to some black people who just want to learn for free? Because not everybody realized they wanted to be an entrepreneur when they were 16 to choose that as a major in college. Some people realize that at 35 or 40 and they don't have time to go back to business school. So I started what I call community business school, and that's free. I have a farmer's market on my property that's free for black farmers twice a month. I found farmers just through networking in my community and reaching out to people. Like I love going to farmers markets, so then now when I go and I see a black farmer, I'm like, are you happy here? Because I have a place for you that's free, and you can come and sell your produce. I give you a tent, I give you a table, space, opportunity, and marketing. All I want you to do is serve black people and show up and be friendly and show us that we can really show up for each other in community, and it doesn't always have to be this transactional thing. We don't always have to take money from one another to be able to serve and show up. And so my resourcefulness really comes out of my deep love for being a community servant.
Yeah, no, add on.
So when I hear that word resource, right, the first thing that you gotta pay attention to is the word source. So to me, like, we're not even gonna get to how everything comes from God. God leads me, that's the only source, that's the number one source. But like I was telling one of my friends the other day, I haven't had Sprite in so long, and when I finally tasted the taste of Sprite, it gave me such a like weird whatever taste or whatever. And the reason why I say that today is because when you are operating in excellence and your environment you start to outgrow your environment, you start to look to your left, you start to see people that are not dreaming, people that are constantly telling you no. It's that same Sprite effect where it's time for you to like outgrow that environment. And I say that to say is because a lot of times people are going to push on you resources, but make sure you understand the source within that resource so that you're not staying in an environment that you've outgrown. And it's so important because, you know, when I was on my campus at Bowie State University, I could literally pick within one hand the top 1% of people that I wanted to be around, be in my environment, be in my little circle. And the second I outgrew that, I went to another campus. And then we took that 1% with that 1% and then created our own environment. So I say to, most importantly, as you're looking at your resource, check the source within that resource.
Y'all getting Sunday service on Friday afternoon. So we're gonna move on to the Q&A portion of this conversation, and I encourage you all to use the Hoover app to submit your questions, and we will read live questions to the panelists in real time. And as we get that prepared on the screen and you all take time to submit those questions, and again, please do take note and ask questions because I know some of these folks are leaving immediately after, there may be long lines to chat with them, so this is the opportunity for you to get those questions asked, and no question is a dumb question. Before we get to that point, or as we're kind of moving along to that point, if you remove, and this is kind of like a quick answer question, if you remove TSU, HU, Bowie, FAMU from your story, who are you today?
I don't think we can answer that question, right? That's a trick one.
Take note of everyone was quick to respond, but just take note of the silence and how difficult it is to have not gone to an HBCU? Shout out to all PWIs, by the way.
It's really tough to answer that. Yeah, so many things would have changed. I think at the core, I would be the same person.
Right.
But from an experience standpoint, from a career standpoint, I'm not sure what direction I would have been going into. Even personally, and like, you know, this is like, when I went to I grew up between New York and Columbus, Ohio, and, you know, grew up in environments with primarily black people until I went to high school. I went to a primarily white high school, but I lived in a black neighborhood, but my scope on the diverseness of black people wasn't really that broad. You know, I hadn't even met like a black gay person before I went to Howard. You know, so it's like my scope of the world was just been so limited, and that's why it's really difficult to even understand or think about who I would have been without Howard.
Honestly, just to piggyback off that, ignorance is the first word that comes to mind. It's funny, like, anytime anyone tries to get me to explain the HBCU diaspora or my experience, like, you can't explain it, you just know. And I would be terrified if I didn't know and try to explain that to someone, like, yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I remember when I first stepped foot on FAMU's campus, and the football guys, they were like saying hi to me and what's up. I was like, why are the guys speaking to me? I'm from California, where you roll down the window and me mug somebody that's like sitting next to you with the light for no reason. It's just how men converse in California, right? So to your point, you know, it beyond the classroom, it just really helped me get to know like the difference between Baltimore and a Virginia and a DC accent, and see, you know, the Parasuco genes and why, you know, women wear those in Chicago and the accents. And I can identify if somebody was getting tea next to me and I said, "You're from Philly, huh?" She said like 2 words to me. "How do you know I'm from Philly?" Because my FAMU experience, it introduced me to the world and to more than just my little island in California. So we have some incredible questions from the audience that I'd love to get to. And Mr. Perkins, I want to quickly get to this because somebody in the audience wasn't typing fast enough as we were dropping these breakfast bars this morning. Can you repeat the we, the willing, etc. again? They couldn't type fast enough.
Oh, yes. It's we the willing, led by the unknowing, are doing the impossible for the ungrateful. We have done so much with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything with nothing.
Amen. Did y'all get that? The recording will be available by the incredible team. What's the future of HBCUs from a sustainable revenue generating model that is not tuition-based?
Well, the first thing HBCUs need to recognize, and I'm spent so much time in the space, I can probably give a lecture on it, is to start thinking outside of the box, that to leverage the talents that come from HBCUs to think more entrepreneurially. HBCUs should first recognize that they have all of the skill sets to be able to be disruptive in the marketplace. So HBCUs can be innovators. HBCUs should own intellectual property. They should create and support and sustain networks to create new businesses, to go out and generate revenue where they may be able to not have to charge tuition for students who are coming because they're making so much money in the marketplace, right? It's changing the thought process. And I believe that once HBCUs become less tuition model driven, we are really going to be able to reach our fullest potential.
That's good. That's good. I know there's an alumni of Howard named Tahir Murray with Legacy History Pride, and Dr. Graham was one of his mentors. And you know, this kid was making 6 figures in college. So it's important to kind of, you know, provide resources and access to opportunities for these students. What's one thing you wish you took advantage of at your HBCU that you didn't?
More grants. There's so many grants and accelerators and just free money. So of course I didn't have the idea for Black Paper Party until much later. But if you have a thought, you know, your HBCU is a great incubator and it's a safe space to just go ahead and get started. So just go, fail fast, and then you have this network of support. And then there's also interest-free money that you can get to fuel your dream or fuel whatever it is that you want to pursue.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I wish I diversified my skill set. I wish I took more classes outside of my major, just quick little things that have helped me. Like, I wish I took accounting when I was in undergrad. That would have changed my whole stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I wish I had diversified my skill sets when I was in undergrad.
I think we have time for one more question. I see the countdown at 10 seconds. Oh, you posted it? Okay, question for Angel. I don't see it on the screen. Do you want to go ahead and ask it?
So my question was, sorry, my bad. Okay, hi, my name is Zaria Bradshaw. I go to Langston University, and I'm currently in my last year. I'm about to be a senior. And so my question for Angel is, I didn't grow up in a household with parents that went to college. One of them is from outside of the US, and the other has just never had that experience. So they've never actually pushed onto me to go to a HBCU or even to be in college. So how do you think that I should go about navigating after leaving college, considering I didn't have a big support system from my family going to a HBCU?
I think like anything, right? Like you have to figure out, you don't have to have had that, right? I think it's first just like making peace with that. Like you don't have to have the experience that everybody else have. You don't have to have the resources that everybody else have. You don't have to have the family structure that everyone else had. That does not predicate like how you're able to move forward. But you move forward by simply moving forward, right? Like I think one of the other questions that I saw pop up on there was like, how do I get started? And it's like, you just start, right? You start now, you perfect later. You know that there will be multiple iterations. You got to be okay with failing. Like pieces of everything that's been said up here already, I think are the answers to the question. And I always say like start now, perfect later, because there will be so many iterations of you, so many iterations of your business. And sometimes we're chasing perfectionism, and that's an illusion. You'll never get there. So you just got to do as good as you can with what you got, and keep it moving, and be careful who you dream out loud around. And not because I think people are haters, right? I don't really subscribe to this notion of like haters, but I think you got to be careful who you dream out loud around, because people are scared and they'll project onto you their fears, and you'll finesse yourself out of your own dream by listening to somebody else's fears. So the answer to how you move is just to move. You just got to do something. I can't tell you which way to go, what job to take, which friend to make, which, what to turn down or not, but you just got to keep moving forward. And if you get held back, then you get held back and you move forward again.
Yes, I knew it was coming. I know it's in you. You're just holding it back, but I see it. I see it. Thank you. Thank you for showing up as is. I want to thank the panelists for giving their time and their insight. You got your bottom grills in. I think that's beautiful. You showed up as is on this beautiful stage to be able to show everyone in the audience that they can show up as is and still get to it. And I just want to encourage everyone that as we're on this journey that is not easy, it's difficult, don't get distracted by outside noise. Stop chasing your dreams. It's already yours. Just align your destiny. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, squad. Marketplace is happening from 3 to 7 right next door, so support these brands, and we'll see you soon.
1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Everyone, can I have everybody's attention, please? Everybody's attention. Just a reminder, we have 2 more breakout session periods after this. 2 more breakout session periods. And then we have our resource fair at Mecca Marketplace from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. And then this evening, in this very room from 6 to 9 p.m., we have our Southern reception, 6 to 9 p.m. All right, everybody.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We would like to thank you for being here. We are asking everyone to take their conversations out to the main foyer outside the room so we can turn the room tonight for you guys a little bit later. So we're asking everyone to exit the room, please. Thank you very much.
Check, check. Okay, cool. Wonderful, wonderful. How y'all feeling? Yeah, we about to get started, y'all. We about to get started. So I see everybody with their boots on, with their hats. I clearly didn't get the memo today. As you can see, I'm dressed like your professor in fifth period in high school, you know. It's all good, though. If I would have got the memo, you would have saw me with my official Houston boots, okay? I would have had on my Cody James bootcut jeans, for those who know. And you know what? Just to add a little extra on top of it, I would have probably had a tank top. But Berenda said, no, you can't be cutting up like that, Michael. No, you can't be cutting up. Not here. It's all good. I ain't going to cut up, but if there's a rug to cut, I'm going to cut it. Anyways, y'all, I'm glad that we having a great time. I mean, am I the only one having a great time? How about y'all? That didn't sound like a great time. I ain't going to lie. That sounds like we tired. Am I the only one having a great time, or what about y'all? Yeah, there we go. Look, I bet if I start saying HBCUs, yeah, y'all really going to get active. Awesome. Anyways, y'all, we are here to celebrate the Southeast and the Southwest region. So for those who are in the Southeast and Southwest region, I'm going to need you to make some noise again and with some candor and vigor. So Southwest region, where you at? That's what I'm talking about. Southeast region, where you at? All right, now Southwest and Southeast region, where y'all at? Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Wonderful. Hey, y'all, I'm glad that we're here tonight. We've all been having a great time in the spirit of excellence, HBCUs, our culture, our history, and I'm grateful and I'm glad to be your host for tonight. For those who do not know me, my name is Michael Cortez. I'm a proud graduate of Morehouse College. Yeah, Morehouse. Yes, sir. Graduated in 2022, my degree in psychology. So, yes, I've been reading you. Anyways, y'all. So upon my journey, I've been immersed into the entrepreneurial ecosystem, so I'm no stranger to this type of danger. I've always been outside, always been learning from business owners and entrepreneurs such as yourselves, and as well as academics too, seeing where the bridge can be gapped. So I'm just grateful to be your host for tonight. And enough about me, y'all. We're going to go get on into the programming. Oh, yes. So everyone, now I want to introduce and bring someone to the stage. Dean Udoka of Clark Atlanta University. Dean Udoka, are you here tonight? Where you at? Oh, there you are. You was on my blind side. Hey, brother, what's happening with you? How you doing?
Good to see you, man.
Hey, good to see you too. Yes, sir. Come on, give the people some game. They got their sponge and their buckets. They're ready to learn.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Good evening. How's everybody doing? What did we learn today? HBCUs are what? The very best. Folks, welcome. I am so excited to be here this evening with you. I welcome you on behalf of the Southeast and Southwest regions. You'll get to hear from the folks who are doing the actual work to make this thing happen. I want to, as you've heard throughout these few days, thank the organizers of this conference for the tremendous work they've done. Folks, you are all enjoying the labor of these people that have worked throughout the year to pull this together. So, where's Dr. Graham? Is he in the house? Somewhere out there. Shout out to Dr. Graham. Just give him a round of applause. And his entire team for pulling this together and bringing all of us from around the world to this grand stage. Folks, I don't know about you. The sessions that I was in today, every one of them, I learned so much. I know I'm taking all this back to my students, to the things that I do on a daily basis, because what we learn here applies across the board, regardless of what you do. So, folks, I hope you're taking good notes. For students who are here, This is a grand classroom. I hope you are taking good notes because there's no better classroom than here. You have an arena packed with experts who bring reality and realism to the thing we talk about in the classrooms. Folks, I advocate authentic learning, and there's nothing that exemplifies authentic learning than what we are doing here, which means we have to bring experts in their fields into our classrooms to ensure that students are practicing what we are teaching in the classroom as they learn that material. That is what is happening here. So thank you to all those of you who are speakers. Thank you to those of you who are panelists, because you have created this grand classroom for all of us to learn from you. I want to thank all of our teams. Thank Howard University for being the headquarters. Thank PNC and PNC Foundation for their partnership on this endeavor. I want to encourage all of you to network, to enjoy this evening, and continue to learn as much as you can for the duration of this conference. Thank you so much and welcome.
So, in my journey, y'all, one thing that I've learned is that all capital is social capital. Would y'all agree? Any yeses, any nos? Okay, all capital is social capital. Yes, because it does come down to what you know and how well you know how to do it. But it really comes down to who you know and what they know about you. So this next person that I'm going to be bringing to the stage, she knows me a little bit better than most in this room, and I know her a little bit better than most in this room as well. And I've had the privilege and the honor of working beside her when she was at the Russell Innovation Center for Entrepreneurs. But when I went over to dear old Morehouse, because they said, Michael, it's time for us to pay you instead of you pay us that tuition. Let's give you a refund on it. So she said, you know what, Mike, I think I'm gonna go to Clark. I said, Brenda, you at Clark now? I said, what you doing over at Clark? I said, come on, Brenda. So TT Runda, can you come to the stage? Yeah, come on. Everybody give TT Runda a good round of applause. You see them boots. She came styling and profiling. Trust me, this ain't new. She's true to this.
Thank you, Mike.
It's all good. You said don't cut up, but I tend to be a razor blade.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mike. And you're right. You know me better than most here for now, and I know you quite well as well. So I just want to greet everybody this evening and say welcome, welcome, welcome. It's great to be here at this time with you all in this room. And I say that because it has a lot of meaning for me. I'll start by just telling you again, Barunda Prince. I am the regional director for the Southeast region. And so for those of you who don't know, I'm going to ask you. All right, so if you are affiliated, went to, attended, faculty member, parent of, anybody that is in the state of Alabama HBCU, give me some noise. Let me know. All right, woo-woo! All right, Alabama in the house. All right, what about Florida? Anybody from Florida, HBCU in the house? Okay, represent, thank you. How about Georgia, the great state of Georgia? Woo-hoo! Thank you, we appreciate that. So you just said 3 of the states for the Southeast region, Alabama, Florida, and Georgia, and we're U.S. Virgin Islands. I didn't ask. There might be somebody here from U.S. Virgin Islands. Okay, all right. U.S., we're not leaving you out, no. So I know today has been a good day and a full day. A lot of jewels, a lot of pearls, a lot of nuggets been dropped, and we need time to process this. But we also need time to connect, right? And be together, because as Mike said, all capital is social capital. And in this space and in this place and in this moment, we need our social capital more than ever, because we are going to lift each other up. We are going to be the ones that make things happen for each other. And we are going to be the ones that complete this journey. So as we go through, keep in mind, the name of this conference is Empowered. Yes, entrepreneurship, but it's also empowered. So it's taking our talents, our time, our efforts, our experiences, our people, our connections, and making it work for all of us. So I don't want to stand here and tell you about it. I can tell you about what we've done over the last, year, 2, 3 years of this grant, but I'd much rather have the people who've experienced it to actually come here and tell you about it. So I'm so fortunate. I'm going to wait till you all finish greeting each other, because I know how bros got to greet each other. I love that. You want me to wait on you? Okay. I'm a mom of 3, so I know how to get your attention. So we're all good. But I wanted to bring to the stage 3 people who've experienced firsthand the impact, the importance of the work that we're doing. And we know the work is important already. We also know that it's hard work sometimes. These are people who have benefited, and it's 2 students from Clark Atlanta University in the house. And then 1 alumni, because part of what we're doing is not only supporting students and faculty, but the entire HBC business community. And so that journey doesn't stop once you graduate, right? That journey continues on, and we want to continue to support you in the best way that we possibly can. So with that, I'm going to ask 3 powerful, empowered women to come up here. Sienna Brooks, give it up for her, come on. We got to encourage each other. Charlotte Mitchell. All right, come on, Charlotte.
Give me a hand.
And I want you to know Charlotte is wearing one of her designs.
Okay, that's Charlotte.
And then Rashawn Santiago. Woo! Thank you. I'm going to pass the mic first to Sienna, because I want you to hear from her directly what her experience has been and what it's meant to her.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Prince. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Let's try that again. Thank you. I am Sienna Brooks. I am a current MBA scholar at the illustrious Clark Atlanta University. And I'm happy to be here with you all tonight. But before I get started, I'd be remiss if I didn't honor my CAU family. So my dean is here, my advisors, Ms. Prince, and Ms. Griffin is somewhere out there. So can we just take some time to give them a warm round of applause? Thank you so much for your commitment to this partnership with Howard. I would not be here at conference without either one of you. So thank you so much for allowing me to be here tonight. What is more? Additionally, I am truly honored to stand before you today to express my deepest gratitude to Howard University and PNC Bank for creating the HBCU Consulting Lab, a powerful platform that connects students like myself with real-world business challenges and opportunities. Last semester, through this partnership, I had the incredible opportunity to work with Juice Bar Miami LLC in Tallahassee, Florida, a vibrant women-owned business dedicated to wellness and community. As part of the consulting team, I was able to develop targeted marketing strategies and create detailed budget plans to support the growth of her business. This wasn't just a project, it was a chance to make a real impact, and that experience has been both humbling and transformative. From conducting market research to building actionable financial plans, I gained hands-on experience that taught me how to translate a business owner's vision into results-driven strategies that reflect both data and heart. This experience sharpened my skills in marketing, budgeting, and brand positioning, but it also strengthened my confidence as a future business leader. I now feel more prepared than ever to drive brand growth and financial performance in a dynamic, consumer-focused industry. So to the sponsors, mentors, and organizers who made this program possible, thank you. Your investment in students like myself is not only opening doors, it's changing lives. I'm not only a scholarship recipient of the HBCU Consulting Lab, but I am also a scholarship recipient of this conference. So again, thank you, Howard and PNC, for believing in my potential.
Give it up. Impact.
Oldie but goodie. Hey y'all, how are you? Good. real quick, I got this fortune cookie, right? And it says, do not give up. The beginning is always the hardest. So take that with you. Hey, I'm Charla R. Mitchell, the visionary founder and fashion designer behind Charla Rochelle, where every stitch is style with a purpose. Graduate of Clark Atlanta University, class of 2000, it's my 25th this year. Yes, member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, if I have any sorors in here, yes, ooh. Born and raised down the street, Columbia, Maryland. Parents, Morgan State alum, and family within the alum of Howard University. Charla Rochelle is a bold women's ready-to-wear brand rooted in bohemian, urban, chic aesthetics. Under my parent company, Hazel Eyes Fashion House and Company LLC, I also run my creative space, Concoction the Workshop, where I clothe, create, and consult in Atlanta, Georgia. A-Town down. My little plug going on. Charla Rochelle celebrates confidence, individuality, and the unapologetic essence of Black women, the muses we've been and are of the American It Girl. This brand is a love letter to my goddesses who live purposefully vibrant, freely self-assured, and authentically standing out unapologetically. Do I have those goddesses in the house? Okay. Gentlemen, you get credit too if you are here as well. I'm not just building clothes, I'm building legacy. This is a slow fashion with soul and impact with intention. From fashion boutique racks to Ebony and GQ magazine to managerial positions in the apparel and fashion industries and building other brands to online shops, charlarochelle.com. From mentorship to educator to hands-on skill-based learning, I'm here to elevate the next generation of creatives through entrepreneurship, education, and bossing up. Because fashion is art, and we are the business behind it. I leave this with specifically my designers, artists, makers, and creators with this. You say you're an artist, and as Miss Erykah Badu emphasized, she's sensitive about her. But is your art just your soul on display, or is it structured like a business? Can creativity survive without strategy, or are you just emotionally freelancing? I thank all you. I thank PNC Foundation, Howard University, and all the sponsors and partners. And as my alma mater speaks, I'll find a way, make a way. I found one, I made a way. And we are a culture of service. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, this room is a little dim, and I'm gonna be the icebreaker, because if CAU was here with numbers, we would do it the right way, okay? So I know y'all don't know this chant, but I would be remorse if I didn't do this chant, okay? So I'm gonna need y'all to help me. C, 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 what? A, who? You. C-A-U, yes, okay, and we're in the building, and we're here to represent, okay? So, okay, a couple of y'all, if I asked you a question and said, what is the biggest problem in the United States today? Y'all would say Donald Trump. Y'all would say healthcare. Y'all would say financial stability. But the real problem is that 80% of our society does not succeed their goals because they don't know their true purpose in life, and they don't know their true identity and who they are. I am Rashana Santiago, a senior at Clark Atlanta University, and I am the CEO and founder of a luxury raw hair collection, which I have in my hair right now, that bridges the gap between the beauty industry and kingdom impact. So people try to walk away when they hear God, because it's either a trigger word or it's a I got your attention. But with me, it's a door. It's not about hair. It's not that I'm selling hair. It's about the fact that women today are masking their insecurities with makeup, with hair, with getting cute, and we sit in depression all day and say, oh, I just need to get cute and go out. No, you need to start at the root. It's not about bundles. It's about the natural God-given beauty that you are fearfully and wonderfully made in. And that's why I have a luxury raw hair collection that you all will wear one day. Now, what that was that's called a pop-up pitch. I came up on this stage and I told y'all a little tiny spiel of my business. Didn't dive into the root of it. I didn't go too deep, but I got your attention and you want to know more. So when I walk off this stage, somebody's going to walk up to me and say, hey, what's your business about? But I didn't come to Clark Atlanta knowing how to do that. I didn't come to Clark Atlanta. Honestly, when I walk up to my first pitch that Ms. Price actually just pushed me into, I literally froze. And I stood there and I stuttered and I was like, can I start over? And I would have never been put in that situation if she didn't just push me into there. And why that's important, why I want to bring it to your attention is because this CBE program is more than just opportunities. It's more than just coming to conferences and networking. It's about somebody showing you that they care about you. Somebody showing you that I see a bigger vision in you that you don't see in yourself. And I'm gonna push you into these certain situations because I know that you're able to walk across that stage and say what you have to say. And I know that you can find a way and make one. And that's what Clark Atlanta CBE program has done for me. Because walking away from that pitch competition, I would have never pitched again. But then I went to her office and she said, you know, sometimes you win some and you lose some, but you continue to show up through each and every pitch, you learn something. And that is, I am a true testimony to that because every time I pitch, it changes, but it sticks to the root and I learn how I could have formulated a sentence and I learn how now it's natural when I'm showing up in rooms like this and I'm talking to investors and people who actually care. I have already processed through those questions that need to have the answers. If I give you $50,000, what are you gonna do with it? Where are you trying to take your business in 5 years? Why should I care about this when I'm a 50-year-old white man who doesn't care about extensions at all? Why should I care? So with having this support from the CBE program, I have been blessed to have a scholarship to come to this conference, but also just be put in other rooms. We have pop-up pitch competitions at our school on our promenade. We have entrepreneurship seminars and panels that we are blessed as entrepreneurs on campus who are trying to figure it out, be placed in rooms that we never knew that we needed to be in. So I just wanted to come up here and express my gratitude for this program and tell you guys, if you've never met me and you don't speak to me at all this conference, keep pitching, keep showing up. You are going to win. It may not be today, but every loss is still a win because you learned something from it. Thanks. And find a way to make one, whether you go to Clark or not. Okay.
Beautiful. You know, y'all just came up here like the 18, like Voltron and assembled and dropped all that game. Like, okay, you see AU, baby, let them know. That's what I'm talking about. It is AUC love. See, that's what I'm talking about. That was wonderful. I hope that y'all heard the dreams, the aspirations, and the desires of these scholars here, as well as the alumni. Each are trying to make a difference within this world. And they're not trying, matter of fact, they are. So, like we said, all capital is social capital. Go ahead and make some connections. But anyways, y'all, it's a little bit dim right now. And it's so many boots on the ground, but not on the dance floor. So I want to see some of y'all get up here, have some fun. I'm going to go get me a plate, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to have some fun with y'all. Is that all right with y'all? All right, cool. So come on, let's get to dance. I want to see the moves. They tell me my rhythm a little messed up, but y'all can dance for me. Thank you for dancing so I can eat, y'all. I appreciate it. Nah, y'all look like y'all was having fun, though. That's what I'm talking about. I swear, black folks the only people that can take two cultures and blend it in so well, because while we out here popping Asian fans with a cowboy attire on, I love it. That's beautiful, right? We're so global. We're so interdisciplinary when it comes to fun, education, whatever. So innovative, so creative, so beautiful. Shout out to all y'all. I acknowledge all of y'all presence. I am because we are. So because I am because we are, we're going to keep this show going too. So I'd like to bring to the stage Mr. Robert Dunlap, Regional Director of the Southwest. Mr. Dunlap, where you at? Mr. Dunlap, where you at? Let him know, son. What's happening, OG? What's the word?
All right, I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Good,
Let's
good.
go.
All right, can everybody hear me? All right. First of all, as they say in Texas, howdy. Howdy. And I want to bring you greetings from Dr. Claiborne, who is the interim dean of the Jesse H. Jones School of Business at Texas Southern. So my message to you is, what have I enjoyed about serving as the first regional director of the Southwest region, which includes 30 HBCUs over Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas. I have served, and I'm overjoyed at the impact that we've been able to make in such a short time, and I'm going to give you a couple reasons why, not in any particular order. The first has to be the ability to educate and the different opportunities that we provide, not only to our students, but small business owners, faculty, and staff as well. So, for example, one of the programs that we had was taking a business plan that may not be complete, maybe it needs a little oil, a little gas, and get it to a point where it could be pitched to a set of judges for cash prizes. That's just one example. Mentoring program is another. We had another opportunity to have the participants judge for cash prizes. Secondly, access to capital. The reason why we have all these funds is to not keep it, but to find ways to distribute it to small business owners and students for the work that they're doing. Now, I know that there's not everyone in the room that needs to hear this, but if you fall into any one of these categories when I'm done, I want to hear the impact by a round of applause. If you have received any cash awards from any of our programs, if you have received an opportunity to attend this conference basically free, whether or not you have participated in any of our educational events, whether in person or virtually, I want you to give me a big round of applause. And we're going to keep moving on that. I also really enjoy the storytelling that we hear every other Thursday in our Dreams to Dollars speaker series. And what that is about, and it's available not only to those 6 states, it is something that we're trying to improve ways to market it and make it available to anyone in any HBCU or any community. The purpose of the Dreams to Dollars speaker series is to hear the stories of entrepreneurs who have taken the lumps and the bumps and have risen above those trials and tribulations to do great things and make a good living. And that's an open Q&A, an open opportunity. And then also we have individuals who have businesses who have teaching or best practices that they share during these sessions, and also provide consulting opportunities or Q&A opportunities to really build the relationships and the confidence of those who are attending. I honestly think if I had to pick a favorite, it may be visiting the campuses. And we have 6 states. I've had an opportunity to go to Arkansas. That was back in 2023, and we were able to collaborate and connect in one place the 3 campuses in Little Rock. That's Arkansas Baptist, that's Shorter College, and that's Philander Smith University. So that was a big deal for me. This past April, we really hit the road and had an opportunity to make stops in 2 different states. First of all, we had the pleasure of going to Missouri and visiting Lincoln University, and also we stopped in St. Louis at this place called, is it Harris Stowe State University? Is that, yeah? Okay, all right. But we also, the last stop was Langston University, which is the only HBCU in the state of Oklahoma. Why was it impactful for me? One, because I'm a relationship building person, and I believe each one of these visits was impactful and enjoyable to me because I got a chance to further the relationships that either didn't exist or existed that needed a little watering. So the other 3 states that you didn't hear, Mississippi, Louisiana, and I'm still developing relationships in Texas, you're next. But the call to action for you is identifying the individual or individuals in your university that I can connect with to make the impact of the visit. Because I will tell you, at each one of these universities, the calendar was full. The calendar was impactful, and I enjoyed every single moment. So that's that call to action. The second call to action is if you have not participated in any of our activities, whether you're applying for one of our grants, whether you're attending one of the programs, or even applying for the opportunity to come to the next conference, you need to register to Startup Tree, which is our customer relationship management platform. That gives you access to all the activities and events and announcements and newsletters that we will be presenting and give the opportunity to connect and interact with us. So don't worry about if you're not in one of those 6 states. Startup Tree is a platform that covers all 4 regions. So my goal is to make sure that that is impactful. So if you have the opportunity to catch me and take an opportunity to say, well, here's the people that I want to introduce you to make your visits in Mississippi and Mississippi and Louisiana in this next year, and Texas, just pull me aside or make a opportunity to talk after I get back to Houston. I'm going to stop there because part of the storytelling that I like is to hearing the impact of others. So I have 3 individuals who are going to come up and share their story. First is Miss Deara Williams, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves, but I'm going to ask them to come to the stage. And then second, and hopefully I'm going to get your last name correct, Ebenezer Enwe? Enwe. Okay, and then third, we have a small business owner, Miss Jayla Hawkins, who are going to tell you a little bit about the impact that the center has given to them. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Hey everybody, how y'all feeling today? How y'all feeling today? Yeah, okay. I am Deara Williams. I am a senior now at Harris Stowe State University, double majoring in business administration and political science. My business is called Verlinda's Village, in which we strive to transform vacant properties we have in St. Louis City into loving homes for our foster youth. As a second-generation foster child, I feel like this is perfect and within my range of giving back because it's just needed. Honestly, a lot of our foster youth max out of the system, $20,000 a year to be factful. They max out of the system with no housing, and all of them end, 26% of them end up homeless. And so my business is striving to find a solution to that. And what better way than environmental sustainability by rehabbing the properties we already have. So with this program, they've been so instrumental in helping my business along the way, not just the $10,000, but also the different mentors they've had. We did a retreat with our student retreat, which we were able to collaborate and partner with the different student businesses that we have here.
like Ebenezer's business he's gonna talk about later. Not only that, they provided us with our mentor. My mentor was Serena Thomas. She was so loving. She was so helpful with my business plan. She helped me clarify it a lot more than what it was, and it also helped me get other grants, including a Mecca scholarship. She helped me work on my pitch, which I was iffy about, just like a lot of other people, but you don't just do it one time. You continuously do it over and work on your craft. And so that was very helpful for me, and this entire program has been helpful. Not just the trips, not just the funding, but just the relationships and the connections I've been able to make in general. So thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Dunlap. And yeah, Ebenezer, it's your turn.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? It's good to hear that. I'm Ebenezer Yenway, founder of ERBD, which stands for Electronic Record Bias Detection. And I started my company because I grew up in the healthcare field, and I grew up hearing many stories of people who look like me being negatively impacted by the healthcare system. And it was heartbreaking to understand, especially as I was going through school, learning about how Black women are 3 times more likely, maybe even 4 times more likely to die from the same complications, how healthcare disparities cost about $34 billion last time I checked in terms of the government. And you might not be able to find the stats on this now on the government websites thanks to our new administration. But real talk, the cost of healthcare discrimination in this country is not just money, it's also human lives. When I pitched my company, one story I like to talk about is Serena Williams. So what happened to her was that she had a pulmonary embolism, which is when you have a clot in your lung that almost kills you, but people didn't hear her. They weren't listening to her because she was a Black woman. And I use that story a lot because it brings about the mission of my company, which is to look at EHRs to detect bias and report that bias to the people who need to understand what's going on within a particular healthcare system. So that's kind of what brought me into being a business owner in the first place, because I came into college pre-med and I didn't even think I was going to be an entrepreneur. And that's kind of why I'm grateful for the Howard PNC Center for Entrepreneurship, because I applied for their Startup Scholars Program, and it helped me out with not just the capital, but also just giving me the ability to learn the basic foundations of what it is to start a business. How do you write a business plan? How you do financial projections? How do you pitch? What does it mean to pitch? All of these formative things that you need as an entrepreneur that you probably wouldn't get in a typical classroom if you're not a business student. So it was very helpful for me. I learned a lot. I went to that retreat with Tierra. I remember hearing about back-to-back sessions, learning about branding, learning about pitching. And then, we had that pitch competition at the end. And it was a great experience for me, not just because I won, but also because I learned how to pitch, just in general. Learning how to structure a pitch, learning how to talk to people, having the confidence to go out and do well. It was important that I had those skills, and I wouldn't have gained those foundational skills if it wasn't for the center. So I'm really grateful for how the center opened up its heart to me, how it opened up its people, how I learned a lot because of the people around, and developed really great relationships and foundational skills to become the entrepreneur that I am today, and the entrepreneur that I will be in the future, thanks to the center. I'm currently working on developing ERBD into a product that will enter the market, hopefully soon. We'll be applying for NIH or NSF funding and developing the overall mission of ERBD and pitching to more people, hopefully to gain more funding, but also to make sure that ERBD's mission of improving healthcare moves forward. Because at the end of the day, for me, my company isn't just about money, it's about mission and vision. And the center was a great way for me to communicate that mission and that vision to many people. So that's a bit, that's my little spiel.
Howdy, you guys. Good afternoon. My name is Jayla Hawkins, and I'm a proud alumna of the illustrious Spelman College. I knew there was a little of us in here. And I'm also the founder of Everwell, a non-alcoholic functional beverage that's redefining the way that people go out and have a good time. Everwell was born from a moment that changed my life. I was the driver in a DUI car accident that flipped my vehicle 7 times. And after I got out, I said there has to be a better way to go out and drink. But there wasn't yet, at least. So I started to create one. And that's where the Southwest region came in. Through weekly mentoring sessions, they took my idea that was just something in my notes app and made it turn into a real bottle that was in women's hands. We've combined flavor, function, and feel in a single sip and changed the way that people go out and experience a night out. In less than a year, we've had over 6 venue partners, sold to hundreds of women, and generated thousands of dollars in early revenue. And that's due to our unique distribution model. We're not waiting on a grocery shelf to be discovered. We're taking our beverage right to the places where it matters most, in the bars, at the restaurants, and in those social spaces. And the community has shown up for us in this way, in ways that more than I can imagine. So I want to give a special shout out to the Southwest region who has made my attendance here even possible, because it's programs like this that, when are coupled with purpose and passion, show what programs can do. So thank you, and have a good night.
Check. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was wonderful. Man, give it up again for those students, for all the students that came up on stage. And make sure that you talk to them as well. You heard a lot about their amazing businesses, their innovative ideas. The future is now, and the future is actually walking around you, so you better start being nice to this future, or it's going to be apocalyptic one-on-one when you're talking to the youth and you need some mercy. But anyways, without further ado, we're going to continue on. Actually, I want to deposit this message too. Now, we heard the word hope. And I'm not, young brother, I don't want you to think that I'm coming at you or anything with this when I say this, okay? But hope and fear are words that they brought with them when they brought us here. Or matter of fact, before that, when we already were here. Within many indigenous languages, there is not a word for hope, nor is there a word for fear. Those were not within our lexicon, not within our glossary, not within our language. They did not roll off of our tongues because we had strategies where hope could never provide. We did not have fear. We had the love and the guidance and the protection and the surety of the Most High. Am I right or am I wrong? Okay, so hope and fear do not mix. When it comes to entrepreneurship, y'all, you will be scared. You will be worried a bit. You'll be a little bit hopeful, but don't worry. Just keep on going on. Keep on moving. And remember, when it comes to your heart, your mind, your soul, your purpose, your mission, remove any hope and remove any fear. You got this. It's assured. All right, y'all. So let's keep it moving, right? TT Runda came up, and she was sparkling, dazzling with her boots, but not only that, she brought in some very amazing and shining students. So she's got some more blessings to drop on y'all tonight. Miranda, can you please come up? Because, it's a little something that you finna drop on them that everybody's gonna love.
Thank you, Mike.
It's all good.
So this is we have pop-up pitch competitions, right? So this is gonna be a pop-up award ceremony. So the real award ceremony is tomorrow evening. But I would be remiss in not really acknowledging some folks in this room who have been exceptional in a number of different ways. I'm not gonna make this long, but I'm gonna ask 3 people to come up. I'm gonna ask Charlotte Mitchell to come up, Amanda Spann, and Tamika Griffin Farabee to come up to the stage.
Come on.
Yeah, they have no idea. They're probably like, what is she talking about? So as they come up, I just want to talk about these 3 young ladies and why we're doing this. I'm going to start with Amanda Spann first. Come on in, Amanda. So you will find out about her tomorrow. She has a session, but she's been working with us in the Southeast region on a program called Idea to Act. where she really takes your idea as an entrepreneur and then helps you use through technology. How do you have an app that you can make to really scale and grow and expand your business? And the impact has just been amazing. So amazing that a national agreed, we want to bring this to everybody. So I just want to acknowledge the impact that you've made in our region and the impact that you will have in the national region. So if I can just, thank you. This is for you. And the Southeast region, we believe in celebrating people and we believe in acknowledging. So this is one of those times. The next person is Charlie Mitchell. You met Charlie already. But what Charlie didn't tell you is that we've known each other since we were at the Russell Center. I told you that she is a designer. She's designed some things for me. But also, Charla gives of her spirit. She has come back to CAU and talked about her experience as a student. She's come back and she's talked about what it is to be an entrepreneur. And looking ahead to the future, she's going to be helping future entrepreneurs in the southeastern region by talking about how do you monetize your talent as a creative? What does that look like? What does that journey look like? So I want to thank you for what you've already done, and I want to also thank you for what you'll do in the future. So thank you to you. Thank you. And my last one is to Tamika Fairby Griffin, who I did not introduce her before because I knew I was going to be doing this, but she is my teammate. It's Tamika and I, and if you don't know our names from the Southeastern region, please do get to know it. You should have received emails from us, communications from us, but we are a mighty team of two doing a lot of things. And I want to just tell Tamika that she's my foxhole buddy. So if you look around and see this room and you see the hats and you see the fans and you see the decorations, that was the brainchild of Tamika. She was like, we can't have boots on the ground and not have something to go along with it. So making it exceptional, thank you. Making it exceptional is part of her exceptional talent. And I just want to acknowledge her and say I'm so grateful that she's part of my team, because whatever I do, and when you see me standing out here, she's there too. She's just usually in the back, but she's done all the work to allow me to stand out here. So I want to just acknowledge her and to say thank you for that as well. So with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Mike, and I just want to say to all of you amazing women, keep building, keep growing, keep sparkling and shining, and you are really just doing some incredible things in your own way. You're lifting us all up with your spirit, with your talent, with your brilliance. And as the OG on the stage, yes, I am. I can say this, that I am just so proud that whatever I may have done to work alongside, push you forward, support you, I'm just grateful for it. So thank you. Thank you.
CAU.
Give it up, give it up. Pop them fans, pop them fans. There we go. Give it up. Wonderful. Awesome, awesome. Everybody, we are getting close to the closure of today's event, but we got a little something special for y'all. Who likes to have fun by some noise, show of hands? If I could raise both hands, I could. I love having fun. Oh, there we go, 2 hands. That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, we about to have some more fun. And for those who like to have fun, I would like to bring up 5 volunteers. So can I get 5 volunteers to the stage for something special? 5 volunteers, 5 on 5, actually 10, apology. So we need 10, there we go, we got 1, 5 on 5, come on. I need 9 more, 2, 3, that's what I'm talking about. See, no, come on, 5, all right, look, come on, OGs, where you at, where you at? Where you at? This was come one, come all. What's good? I'm gonna tell y'all what the game is once everybody get up here. Once I count 10, doors closed. No one's going to talk. No. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 4 more people. Come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy. I ain't gonna bite you. You come up on this stage, you're gonna have a good time. You're gonna remember. Come on. They look like 7 with the Morgan State. Come on. With the beautiful fro too. That's what I'm talking about. Let it grow. Let it grow. Okay, look. Oh, I didn't even notice y'all come up here. Come on, let's count again. So we got, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's 10. All right, doors closed. Sorry, y'all. You got to walk away now. Anyways, who's ready for Family Feud? Yeah, that's what we finna play. Family Feud. Yeah, no, stay. No, you on the stage now. You can't go. This Death Row Records. You stuck. Come on. You done. You ain't have to. When you stepped on the stage, that was signing the deal. But it's good. Suge Knight ain't here. And neither is Steve Harvey. But he asked me to fill in for him. So I'm going to be filling in to Steve. I ain't got the stash, but I got the lock. So anyways, y'all. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, your team. And the rest of y'all team. So go to that side, go to this side. Y'all ready? All right, y'all. Give it up for our contestants. We about to roll. Got you. Huh, y'all got a microphone too, because you're going to need it.
Hola.
Wonderful, wonderful. All right, do we have any Family Feud theme music?
If you buck.
It's all good. We'll do the HBCU version. All right, y'all. Y'all know the rules of Family Feud, right? All right, y'all. Let's go.
Give me Brian, give me Maya.
Let me find the answers so y'all don't be looking at them from over here. All right, y'all. Wonderful. Oh, look at that. Can y'all see the screen right there? Yeah, that's y'all screen. That's the crowd screen. All right, let's go. So first off, y'all, I'm gonna call you. Matter of fact, nah. What team? What's y'all team name? What's y'all team? A&T, Southwest or Southeast region? There we go. You're gonna be Southwest region. Y'all gonna be the Southeast region. All right, cool. So Southwest region, introduce yourselves to the crowd. Introductions. Y'all trying to figure out answers already. We ain't even got there. Your name. No, your name. My name. Yeah, your introductions. Yeah. Introduce yourself to the crowd.
So I'm Ebenezer Yenway. I go to Xavier, University of Louisiana.
Wonderful. Next. No, yeah.
Hey again, I'm De'Ara Williams. I go to Harris-Stowe State University.
My name is Karan Johnson. I'm a student athlete at Harris-Stowe State University.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Oje. I'm a business finance major,
Turn it down a little
Port
bit.
St. Lucie, Florida. I attend Morehouse College.
Yeah, Morehouse.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicolette Sims, and I attend the illustrious Southern University in Baton Rouge, Louisiana.
Go ahead now. All right, Southeast region, please introduce yourself.
Hi,
to our
everyone.
audience.
My name is Alexis Proctor. I go to Morgan State University. Go Bears. Hi, everyone. My name is Clavine Intime, and I go to Winston-Salem State University in North Carolina.
Hi, everyone. I just graduated from Norfolk State University.
Congrats.
Behold the green and gold.
Hi, everyone. My name is Santiana Freeman. I just graduated as well. I'm representing Benedict College from South Carolina.
Go ahead then, Benedict. Congrats.
Hi, I'm Lucretia. I'm a Howard alum and a current faculty.
Let's go. So look, don't think that she has the advantage on y'all Southwest team. It's all good. You don't know. Anyways, y'all, we finna get on into this. Wonderful. So you see, we got 4 choices here, and we are gonna get started. So come on. Oh, yeah, you didn't look. I don't condone cheating in my classroom.
Sorry.
It's all good. Come on, y'all. So, y'all ready?
Yes.
All right. What is the term for launching a business with minimal funding and resources?
What do we?
Buzz.
How
Yeah,
I hit it.
I ain't gonna lie. I saw that first.
I don't know what's going
Y'all need to separate some more though, so I don't get y'all mixed up.
So,
come on.
so like, we
shoot a-
just gotta
Come on.
answer the question. I'm lost.
Huh?
I'm confused. So he's answering this question right here.
Yes, you're gonna answer the question. There you go.
I'm gonna say bootstraps.
Yeah, come on, touch the pink hat. Come on. Y'all for
Do not say that.
No,